Yeah. And here we go. Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the North Platte City Council meeting. It is Tuesday, May 6th, 2025, 5:30 p.m. here in the council chambers. Calling the meeting officially to order, and we have our invocation by Reverend Marcia Price. Marcia, would you approach the microphone here, please?
Thank you very much. It's an honor and a pleasure to bring us all into the presence of God for this meeting. Father God, we are here today. We're not just in the natural surroundings of our city hall here in North Platte. We stand here today before you, Lord, and we recognize and we declare that you are the God of truth. You are the God of justice, and you are the Prince of Peace above all others. So we thank you, Lord, that you have purposed our individual lives to come together for the betterment of the citizens of North Platte. We do not take this privilege lightly, so we seek your help, Lord, and your divine guidance in this meeting here today. We ask also for your presence, Holy Spirit, and your wisdom to help us make just and fair decisions that affect the lives of those that we represent. Father, we ask for clarity to see the needs in our city and the courage to address them with an attitude of peace and compassion. Help us to listen with respect and with open hearts and with minds and give voice and listen to the voices of all of our citizens, even when our opinions differ. Help us remember that each person is valuable, and when we disagree, help us agree to disagree, and then help us go on and with respect for each other in your kind of love. We lift, Lord, today, this entire agenda for this meeting. Nothing is too big for you, our God. So help us with every single detail before us. May our discussions be fruitful and our actions be lined up with your will. Fill us, Lord, with your peace and your patience, especially in the moments of disagreement, so that we may find common ground and work together for the greater good. And now, Father, we lift up our city, the hub of Western Nebraska. We lift it up to you today. Help us, Lord, to build up the reputation of our city to reflect your love, where everyone here can live in harmony and prosperity. Help us to be mindful of the trust that has been placed in us as council members and as mayor and as citizens to serve with wisdom and integrity and dedication for the selfless gain of our community. And finally, Lord, help our mission as the North Platte City Council be to promote what our nation's government represents: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. As you taught us, Lord, we pray together in your powerful, mighty name, the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Roll call, please, Angie.
Nestle,
Here.
Dye,
Here.
Bowles,
Here.
Garrett,
Here.
Platte,
Here.
Baker,
Here.
Here.
Thank you. A current copy of the Open Meetings Act of the State of Nebraska is posted on the wall at the back of the council chambers. Meeting procedure, the public may address specific agenda items at the pleasure of the mayor. If recognized by the mayor, please identify yourself by stating your name and address. Please address the council through the mayor and limit your remarks. We respect our city employees. Request that any complaints or criticisms of employees not be aired in a public meeting. Concerns about employees should be brought to the attention of the of the city administrator or mayor. Individuals in violation will be declared out of order. It's always exciting when we have an award, an accolade, or a presentation, and tonight I have the honor of providing the oath of office to one of our fire officers. So, Ms. Mavis, would you approach, please? Maybe we've got to get up here close to the microphone. Let's pivot because they want to see you, not me. Okay. All right, please raise your right hand. I state your name, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully and impartially execute the duties and responsibilities of a lieutenant for the North Platte Fire Department to the best of my ability.
I, Shana Mavis, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully and impartially execute the duties and responsibilities of a lieutenant for the North Platte Fire Department to the best of my ability.
I pledge to uphold and trust, I pledge to uphold the trust placed in me by my fellow firefighters, the community, and the city of North Platte. As a leader, I will guide and support my team with respect, integrity, and dedication.
I pledge to uphold the trust placed in me by my fellow firefighters, the community, and the city of North Platte. As a leader, I will guide and support my team with respect, integrity, and dedication.
I will ensure the safety, well-being, and professionalism of those under my command, and I will foster an environment of teamwork, accountability, and mutual respect.
I will ensure the safety, well-being, and professionalism of those under my command, and I will foster an environment of teamwork, accountability, and mutual respect.
I will remain steadfast in my commitment to protecting lives, property, and the environment, and I will perform my duties with courage, sound judgment, and responsibility.
I will remain steadfast in my commitment to protecting lives, property, and the environment, and I will perform my duties with courage, sound judgment, and the responsibility.
I will ensure that every decision I make is driven by the best interests of the public and the fire service.
I will ensure that every decision I make is driven by the best interests of the public and the fire service.
I vow to continue my education and training, both personally and as a mentor to others, striving for excellence and preparing the North Platte Fire Department to meet the challenges of a rapidly evolving world.
I vow to continue my education and training, both personally and as a mentor to others, striving for excellence and preparing the North Platte Fire Department to meet the challenges of a rapidly evolving world.
I will lead by example, upholding the highest ethical and professional standards and honoring the legacy of those who have served before me.
I will lead by example, upholding the highest ethical and professional standards and honoring the legacy of those who served before me.
I will be a dedicated public servant, ever mindful of my duty to serve with honor, humility, and respect for the people, so help me God.
I will be a dedicated public servant, ever mindful of my duty to serve with honor, humility, and respect for all people, so help me God.
Congratulations. My pleasure to introduce. Hang on.
No.
Did you get all your takeout? Oh, I apologize. Okay. Threw me with your picture taking efficiency over there. So. All right, consent agenda. All matters under the consent agenda are considered by the city council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. Any city council member may, however, remove an item from consent by request. Number 1A, approve the minutes of April 15, 2025. B, place on file the treasurer's report for March 2025. C, approve the application by Bodunks Brewing DBA Peg Leg Brewing for a special designated license on May 31, 2025 from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. at 2519 Halligan Drive for a car show. D, approve the application by Bodunks Brewing DBA Peg Leg Brewing for a special designated license on June 7, 2025 from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. at 2519 Halligan Drive for a Heroes March. E, approve the application by Bodunks Brewing DBA Peg Leg Brewing for a special designated license on July 19, 2025 from 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. at 2519 Halligan Drive for a music event. F, approve the application by Platte Bar Inc. for special designated licenses on June 2025 and June 21, 2025 from 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. at Platte Bar, 119 West 6th Street for a beer garden. G, approve applications by Pals Brewing Company LLC for special designated licenses on 9 Thursdays from June 12, 2025 to August 7, 2025 from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. at Fort Cody Trading Post 221 Halligan Drive for a music series. H, approve the agreement for sale of real property with Stephen Vargas for property at 1621 West 13th Street and authorize the mayor to sign necessary documents.
Mr. Mayor, I'd move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion by Lucas, second by Nisley.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item H off of there.
Okay.
Apologies.
You need a second for that?
No.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve essentially items A through G. Calling the question on A through G. A through G is approved. Mr. Garrett?
Yeah, can we talk to me about this property and what protections have we put in place to make sure that we're not bidding against our constituents, and what type of things are we, put in place? Because there's been some concerns that we're bidding against our private citizens.
Go ahead.
I know we've had this discussion previously, and I've indicated my perspective that we wouldn't bid against any private parties. So certainly any private parties that we're aware of that are interested, that have expressed interest in these properties, we've backed away. And so for any properties that we've reached out to that the owners have indicated an interest to sell, we've continued those discussions, and so this one in particular is no different. I sent out a letter because the property is on one of our lists where this particular one has been on the property resolution list for quite some time. So I reached out to Mr. Vargas by letter, and he responded to me and said he's been trying to get out from underneath this for a while. I did talk with him and specifically asked if any other private parties had expressed any interest in his property. So at this point, because it has been raised as an issue, I specifically asked folks if they've had others interested in the property. And in this one, Mr. Vargas indicated that maybe years ago he had somebody that was interested, but he said it's been years since anyone's expressed any interest to him in the property.
So we basically leave it up to the owner to just be forthcoming with the information.
No, we ask.
That's what we ask them, and that they have to be forthcoming in order to tell us. I don't know. I'm concerned with this because if we start bidding against our own, constituents, that is not appropriate in my opinion. So I'm going to be honest. I'm going to vote against this because I think we need to put a pause on it and just kind of really think it through so that we're not, doing some things that are inappropriate with tax money.
I will tell you that the proposed purchase price on this is the value of the lot itself. And that's where I've based all of our negotiations, and pretty much any that have come before city council thus far, we've made one offer and the parties have accepted it. Happy to be out from underneath the property, as Mr. Vargas has indicated. So I would suspect it if we were in a situation where we were bidding against private parties, we would at least get counter offers, and we haven't received any kind of counter offers from anyone that's expressed interest in selling under this program.
Rod?
I believe that property, I drive by it every day. I believe that property's 2 lots. Are we getting both lots with it or just the lot with the house on it?
Nope, we have it as part of the purchase agreement, lots 7 and 8.
Okay, because them are awful narrow lots over there along there. Okay. It's been an eyesore for a long time.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, Nick, go ahead.
Just out of curiosity, is this the third or fourth house that we are purchasing?
I believe it's the 4th.
The fourth? Okay, thank you.
Ed?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bill, question directly to you. So if a property like this, the county puts it up for a tax auction and nobody buys it, what happens to it?
Well, it's not quite that simple. So with the tax auction, you have to keep in mind it can go one of 2 ways. It can either be sold at the public sale, which means a private party would purchase the tax certificate. The only way that the county ends up with the tax certificate is if nobody else is interested. And that typically means that the property is valued at such a low value that it's generating very little in taxes. So the private investors have no interest in it because they can't make enough money off of the investment to be able to pay all the fees that go along with the tax certificates. But assuming that it gets into the county's hands as a private tax certificate, then the county files a foreclosure action. It goes all the way through that process, and then eventually goes to a sheriff's sale. And if nobody shows up to bid on it at the sheriff's sale, then the county is in a position where they have to advertise for another sheriff's sale. And they basically keep trying until somebody shows up to offer $1 for it.
So in that situation, presuming there's some encumbrances against the property, is that all erased?
Well, generally under those circumstances, if there are encumbrances, it's just the taxes. Because if there were, say, like a bank lien, a mortgage, deed of trust, whatever you want to call it, then the bank's going to have taken steps to protect their interest in it already, and it won't make it that far from the tax sale process. But when the county's involved, typical tax, if it's a private entity and it's a tax certificate, we're talking 5 years down the road before anybody can do anything with that. And there are new Supreme Court rulings, U.S. Supreme Court rulings that make that process even more difficult now. And so there's a lot of uncertainty, I think, from what I understand in those proceedings, that make it that much more difficult to acquire properties that way. And when we talk about the county foreclosing, because it goes into the private tax sale, you have to add a couple extra years onto the process. So, I just fielded a call from a neighbor where it's one of the properties on our list. The property owner is deceased, so nobody has been able to do anything with it, but the neighbor is concerned with all the rodents, woodchucks, different things that are inhabiting the house now, and is wanting to know what we're doing about it. And so we're trying to make progress in getting ownership transferred, but it's difficult process when the property owner is deceased and there's no family members to speak of. But if we were to just wait for the tax certificate process to play out, I'd say we're still probably a good 3 years out from that. And the property owner's been deceased for 6 years now. So, I mean, it takes quite a while for that process to play out.
But there is a mechanism to get this into different ownership without the city being involved.
Through the tax process, yes.
Okay.
But it's a very lengthy process.
It seems to me like when I went to one of the alarm meetings, they talked about encumbrances against the property that made it unsaleable. And I don't know what that might be, maybe some environmental problems or something like that. And so would the process be the same then, that the county would end up with it? And if nobody bid on it, then the county would be responsible for mediating it and then putting it on the market?
I can't envision a scenario where the county would take on that responsibility. They're gonna do in my opinion, they're gonna do everything they can to sell it to somebody else. They're not gonna take on ownership of it.
Okay. All right, thank you, Bill. That was kind of a tough question, hitting you cold with it, I know.
Right.
Just think we don't want to lose sight. I appreciate the concerns you have, Brad, but I also think we don't want to lose sight of what we're really trying to find is properties that, you know, the lot's worth $10,000 or $15,000 cleared, and you can't get the property acquired and the demo done and all that for that, and so nobody in their right mind's gonna buy it. I mean, we're kind of the buyer of last resort with these properties, and you know, it's not like we're, you know, at an auction bidding against active parties or, you know, trying to run a realty company or anything. I mean, there's certainly situations where somebody may say, hey, I had some interest in this or that or after the fact or whatever, but all in all, we're really dealing with properties that are economically unsellable. I think as long as we keep that focus, which I think you are, Bill, this is hopefully we can get some of these cleaned up. So, but there's definitely I think we all understand that we got to keep that balance, and I appreciate your efforts in trying to keep that balance.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and what you're saying, Ty, I totally agree with, and the overarching goal, I'm on board with, you know, cleaning up properties that are need to be cleaned up. But a taxing authority actively bidding against a private citizen is extremely inappropriate. I totally agree with you. And we've done 3 of these, and we've already received 1 complaint. So I'm trying to fill out how are we in this process? Like, you know what I mean? I want to make sure that we do this the right way. But I'm on board with the goal. I just want to make sure the process is right.
No, I feel the same way too.
Yeah.
So in your mind, how should we alter the process?
It's a good question. I feel like there should be some kind of a mechanism, either a listserv or an email address or some kind of a messaging that you could send out. Hey, we're about to buy this property. Is anybody interested in it? If you don't receive any responses within 6 weeks or whatever the appropriate response is. And I'm just throwing out some ideas, you know, some different ways to handle that. I don't know if that would be appropriate or a good idea. I've had 45 seconds to think about it, so.
Okay. Anyone else?
Sure.
Okay.
Just to add, the property resolution team has been active for several years now. I mean, I think this is even predating.
It is,
Granted,
yeah.
been active. The list is what, I mean, I don't want anybody to think this is a willy-nilly effort. I mean, this is very accurately managed. The properties are looked at. There's been representatives of the health district, the schools, many others. I'm forgetting that from the real estate companies, all looking at this. If anybody saw anything that thought something had more, that mechanisms in place of people who have expertise in the area to try to identify situations. So I think there could be a lot more going on behind the scenes on these than what is known or realized here. So, and I'm sure if anybody wants to attend one of those meetings, I'm sure just contact these guys and they'd be happy to let you. I've been the council member who's sitting on, probably haven't done a great job of communicating back with you guys about it, but there's a lot of work that goes on to figure out what properties make sense for this particular item and to fit with the grant program.
Okay, go ahead.
Just one other thing I just thought of to share in response to Councilman Reeker's question about the tax process. I've come across as part of all of this and what Councilman Lucas was mentioning with the property resolution team. I've come across another property that's on that list that's owned by a deceased individual where we've been looking into legal title to the property, who would have authority to transfer it. There are all these different steps. Turns out I'm gonna remember I won't remember off the top of my head now, but I believe it was in 2018, a private entity had the tax certificate for the property. Went through the whole entire foreclosure process in district court, obtained an order to sell the property, bought it at the sheriff's sale, and then never went in to confirm the sale, meaning that they have not actually obtained legal title to the property because I think they found out the condition of it and they decided they didn't want that liability. And so that is one that we're actively working on because it's not good. It's an extreme detriment to the city, to the neighborhood. And to your point, Ed, it did go through that foreclosure process, and the person going through that process got to the end of it and said, I'm not going to get the actual legal title to this property. And so here we are, and it's, do my quick math, over 7 years after the fact, and that property's still sitting out there. So it's been vacant well past that 7 years.
Thank you.
We would need a motion to proceed.
Mr. Mayor, I would move to approve item H as presented.
Second.
Motion by Lucas, second by McNew to approve item H. Any further discussion? Seeing none, calling the question on item H. Item H is passed. Moving on to the regular agenda. Number 2, adopt the enabling resolution to become a participant in the Nebraska Public Agency Investment Trust, or pronounced NPAT, and authorize the mayor to sign application documents.
I move to adopt the enabling resolution to become a participant in the Nebraska Public Agency Investment Trust, NPAT, and authorize Mayor Kelleher to sign application documents.
Second. Is that what you're waiting for?
What is going on here?
Our votes were wrong.
Yeah, our votes were off. I voted
Yeah.
yes on that.
So did I.
Oh,
But they're the same numbers that we have on our.
Okay, hold on just a second.
it's a mystery.
Okay, let's work through item number 2. We will vote by indication of hands for item number 2, and then we will do a test of the system and see if there's a problem going on. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. I just look at which line is taller and go. So- All right. So we have a motion by Garrick, second by McNew on item number 2. Any discussion? I know that I would like to have our resident banking expert do a little bit of education on what NPAT is, because until we started this bond arbitrage process, I was unfamiliar with NPAT. So, Ty, if you're willing, would you do a little education?
Yeah, I would. If it's okay, I'd give you a little information, my opinion. I would like to ask to abstain from the vote because there's a RFP going out on some of these bond monies right now with the banks. I just feel it's the right thing to do, if that's okay with you guys.
Okay.
NPAT's interesting because Nebraska law has very specific ways that municipal funds can be invested, and the most common method is that banks that do business in Nebraska would have funding, and they would pledge bonds to municipal funds. So of course you can use FDIC insurance up to the $250,000 limit, or whatever the limit is at that time, and then you pledge bonds, and you always have to be at 102%. So city government funds parked in a bank, the entity and the bank are basically responsible that there's always 102%, and it's very specific about the type of bonds that can be used. Well, the thing that some bankers, me included, don't love about NPAT is that NPAT allows investment options that are not the same as what a bank can pledge to municipal funds. It has my opinion, a little higher degree of risk to it. I mean, you can see in the resolution that it says, they're not FDIC insured, they're not guaranteed. Well, with that said, in my opinion, it's a very safe fund, and this is, I think, a good tool for the city to have at their fingertips. But you have to recognize that NPAIT, I think at the last annual report, they had about 22% of their investments in commercial paper. That would be commercial bonds. Well, those would be bonds that a bank wouldn't be allowed to pledge to municipal deposits. So you kind of have apples and oranges if you compare the banking community. And of course, they're not lending in your local community. They're not subject to CRA. They're not, involved in economic development. But at the same time, if you have a situation like where you have a lot of bond money coming in and it's more than what your banks can handle, or you don't feel like you can get fair terms from your banking community, I think for the team to have this at their fingertips is still a good tool. It's just important to know that you're kind of dealing with apples and oranges with banking funds versus NPAIT funds a little bit. In general, they should yield a little higher, but they're also invested in things that would have just a shade higher degree of risk with it too.
Thank you. We reserve the right to ask you to clarify something.
You could also have Don correct me on anything I've been mistaken on. Yeah.
And Lane, do you want to talk a little bit about why we're talking about this item?
Council, so we get our bond funds, we've gone through bond for, the next phase of the rec center. And you do bonds in certain amounts. We don't need all those for expenses right away. And so this allows us to invest that. So instead of just paying interest out, that kind of covers the interest while it's waiting to be spent on the project. And so it's just a way to stretch our money, I guess you would say, and to get, to be very frugal with it and smart with it. So we're getting some return back on that money until we have to spend it. And that's what, and it gives us some short term, instead of having to lock it up in CDs for a long time, it actually can be day to day. So it gives us some flexibility with how we invest that money to get that interest back, I guess.
And likely the time frame that we're talking about having to account for this money, and correct me if I'm wrong, is approximately 12 months, right?
Correct. We'll need some parts of it over that 12-month period to pay for it. So it won't all be invested for the whole time, but there'll be pieces of it so we can maximize our return.
So the long and short of it, the bonds that are being sold for the purpose of paying for the rec center, this allows us, the city, to potentially, if passed, invest that in NPAIT or some portion of it in NPAIT, in order to regain some of the interest cost for that intervening year. So it's simply put, it's a money saving tactic is really what it is. My perspective on this, just real quick, is simply that we should offer some portion of this to our local banks as deposit, as long as they're willing to be okay with this relatively short term. It's less than 12 months, and probably for the majority of the money. And then whatever portion of it the local banks may not be interested in, we would then turn to NPAIT. We also would have to do an RFP for this, so there may be a period where if this resolution passes, it would make sense to put it in NPAIT for a couple weeks while we resolve that RFP and then move money out of NPAIT to the local banks. The reason I think it's important to use the local banks is the same reason it's important to use our local businesses whenever we can. That's it.
And that's exactly right, because we're expected to get this money around the 15th. We've already put an RFP out to the local banks. And so at the next council meeting in 2 weeks, we would be deciding how to award that. But in those few days in between, we can invest that money and it's a couple $1,000s a day that would probably earn on this. And so, you would be leaving money on the table if you didn't invest it short term. And that's the reasoning behind it. But we've already taken the steps to put the RFP out for the next council meeting to see if local banks are interested in that money.
Now, Mr. Reeker has been asking me for the last couple of meetings, what is the total bonding expense as related to the rec center? So I could see you getting ready to ask me again. So it is somewhat contingent upon what this decision is.
Sure.
So at the next meeting, we'll have that accounting for you.
Thank you.
Yep. Other comments or questions on item number 2? Did you have something, Ed?
No, we're gonna vote hand votes, not.
Yes, yes. Okay. Okay, seeing no further questions, I will call the question on item number 2. If you are in favor of this, and I will call a negative as well, but if you are in favor of item number 2, please raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1 abstention. Okay. All those against? I know we won't have any, but I have to call it either way. Okay. The record show we had 6 votes in favor for item number 2 and one abstention. Item number 2 is passed. Thank you, everyone. Okay, now we're going to do a little test of the voting equipment. Angie, this is a test of the voting equipment, okay? We're not voting on anything. We're just testing the equipment. Would, maybe if we do it one at a time. So let's start with Nick and go around this way. Okay, Ed,
That was Ed.
what's that?
That was, oh. Oh, sorry, yeah.
That's Brad said. So we'll wait to see what happens.
I will cover this.
Okay, we'll see what happens now. Ed, why don't you press yours? Let's see what happens.
That's mine. That's mine.
That's Nick's.
We're gonna have to camera this room so we know who's coming in and mess around. Okay, Brian? It's not looking promising.
No, this is me.
Yeah.
This one's Brian. Come on,
There's
Brian.
mine.
All right.
Okay,
You guys want to check yours?
Ty? That worked. Rod? That worked. Jim?
All right. Back in the game.
It was just the east side problem.
Do you see why we were so confused?
I understand. Okay. Thank you. You know what happened? Okay.
They pulled up an old template, and it's just because those two are new on the council after this template was put in.
I need to put
They pulled up the old one for-
Okay, well, we'll have Lane growl at them tomorrow. So, okay, moving on. Item number 3. First reading and action to adopt ordinance number 4211 to add sections 150.200 through 150.207 entitled Vacant Property Registration to Chapter 150 Building Regulations Construction to Title 15 Land Usage to the Code of the City of North Platte. Lane, the ordinance, please.
Ordinance number 4211. An ordinance of the City of North Platte, Lincoln County, Nebraska, to amend the code of the City of North Platte by adding sections 150.2 through 150.207 entitled Vacant Property Registration to Chapter 150 Building Regulations Construction to Title 15 Land Usage to provide that this ordinance shall be made a part of the code of the City of North Platte, Nebraska, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for the effective date and publication thereof.
Move to adopt ordinance number 4211 to add section 150.200 through 150.207 entitled Vacant Property Registration to Chapter 150 Building Regulations Construction to Title 15 Land Usage to the Code of the City of North Platte.
Second.
Motion by Garrick, second by Flanders. Okay. You want to talk about this one, Mr. Attorney? Tell us what we're doing here, or what you're proposing, I should say.
Yes, so, I'm assuming there'll be lots of questions, so I'll try to keep this part of it short, but, this, Councilman Reeker brought the state statutes to my attention a while back. And so we've been kind of looking internally at the possibility of this ordinance, and, what it ultimately would do would require property owners that would fit the definition under the proposed ordinance of a vacant property, which has to show signs of vacancy. Then the property owner would be required to register, and if they don't register their property, then the city could make a determination that the property is vacant, register it, and then there are fees that are associated with that. So from my perspective, it's kind of another tool in the tool belt, so to speak, that would help us in clearing up some of these properties like we're talking about from the property resolution team list, that would give the city some, with the fees that would be imposed, it would give the city, say, under the circumstances that I was discussing where the property owner's deceased, give the city the opportunity to come in with a financial interest in the property with the fees that are assessed, so that we could try to clear up ownership sooner rather than later, as opposed to some of the timeframes that I was talking about with item H on the consent agenda. So it's just a way to try to help clean up the properties like this within the city, or to incentivize the property owners to not maintain them in a way that they would meet the definition of being vacant under this proposed ordinance.
Okay, would you walk through real quickly what the fees associated for a commercial property versus a residential property might be?
Yep. So that is set out by state statute. So the state statute that allows for the city to enact this ordinance contains some provisions that are mandatory, some that are permissive, or that we could put in if we choose to. One of the mandatory provisions is that for any fees, it can be no more than $250 for an initial registration fee for a residential property, and no more than $1,000 for the initial registration fee for a commercial property. So those are just the maximum fees that are allowed by state statute. It can be something different. But then every 6-month period after that initial registration fee, that fee can double up to a maximum of what's set out by state statute, which is no more than 10 times the initial registration fee. And so obviously that'd be $2,500 for the residential properties and $10,000 for the commercial properties.
Thank you. Discussion, Ed?
Bill, so we get up to 10 times our initial fee. In the case of a commercial property, $10,000. Is that $10,000 then levied against that property every 6 months?
Yes, that's my reading of the statute, yes.
So
you
in
can't
10
increase it.
months, you've got 10,000, you've got $20,000 worth of fees against it. Is that right?
Well, so you have to incrementally increase. So you'd start out the initial registration.
Okay,
fee would
I
be
understand what you're
1,000.
saying. Yeah.
The next registration, it would be 2,000. Then you'd go to 4,000, 8,000, and then you'd cap out at 10,000.
And the other question, well, I have several questions actually, but so let's take a commercial building. It says building specifically. What if I have a building, a commercial building that has multiple storefronts in it? Some of them are rented and some of them aren't. Does my whole building get levied that fee, or is it get levied per storefront?
So again, I think you have to look back at, in my opinion, you have to look back at what the definitions are under this ordinance. So to be vacant, the definition requires that whether it's residential or commercial, it has to exhibit evidence of vacancy. And so that evidence of vacancy is, it could be a lot of different things. But a lot of it is, looking at properties that are severely run down. So in my opinion, if you have a commercial property that has several storefronts that are rented out and it's well maintained and it's not looking run down, then in my opinion, it would meet the definition of vacant under this. So I would think that if they're maintaining the property, if there's just a couple storefronts that don't have occupants in them, that doesn't mean that it's vacant under the terms of this ordinance. Certainly it's vacant under the general definition, but under the specific definition that's set out under this ordinance, it wouldn't be exhibiting those signs of vacancy necessarily.
Does this apply to property that is completely undeveloped?
Are you, do you mean like an empty lot?
Like an empty lot?
Yeah. So again, in my opinion, no, because under the definitions where it specifies what vacant means, the exact language that we have in here right now says vacant shall mean a residential building or a commercial building that exhibits evidence of vacancy. So it has to be a building.
Okay, what if I'm in the business of purchasing houses to remodel and put back on the market? And I've got 2 or 3 ahead of me, and I've got to get one done before I can get the next one done. And obviously, I mean, they're obviously vacant. Are those fees going to apply to them?
Well, so it would depend on if it falls within one of the exemptions that we have set out in here. So one of the exemptions, and again, this is where the council has some discretion in what they would want to see in any ordinance like this. Currently, what we have proposed is that property that would be under construction or renovation for a period not to exceed 6 months does not meet the definition of vacant.
So if I have 3 houses, I'm working on one, it takes me a year to get that one done, the other 2 are sitting until I can get to them, then I'm going to be liable for that fee.
For a residential building, yep, it would be, again, it has to be vacant for a period of 6 months. And then after that 6-month period, then there's the initial registration fee of $250, and then it can increase exponentially after that.
So that's, if I'm in the business of remodeling old houses, or not necessarily old houses, and I have to pay these kinds of fees, that's going to put me out of business.
If you're talking the fees as they're proposed now, so you could certainly propose that they're different for residential properties. I've just included what is the maximum that's set out by state statute.
I read in here where it said, I don't have a very good memory, but it seems to me like it said something about the purpose was to basically get it back on the tax rolls to generate income for the city.
I think you're talking about the stated purpose that's under one of the first sections of the proposed ordinance.
I frankly don't see that as a role of government. I see that as a heavy hand of government trying to push people into doing something that I think is absolutely wrong. There's no way I can support this, even if the fees are nothing. I think is wrong. I see it from another perspective. And granted, there's probably not going to be a whole lot of accounting involved, but there's going to be some accounting involved. There's going to be some government expense to maintain this. I think you pointed out in here, I guess you wrote it. I'm not trying to point fingers at anybody, but what in fact are the city's expenses on the vacant property?
Well, obviously, I can't give you specifics on that because, I mean, it depends. But we have the property resolution team. We have the building inspectors that do inspections, the code enforcement officers that are looking at these properties because generally they're not maintained. So we have weed complaints, we have building complaints, we have all of those things. So I think the current line item that's in the city budget right now is we budget about $50,000 to be able to address some of those things. And that's in addition to all of the city staff time, all of my time for prosecuting nuisance violations and in dealing with those types of issues and complaints. Other city staff members' time dealing with complaints from the public. So I would tell you there's already, that expense is already being borne by the city. So if anything, you could look at this proposed ordinance as a way to recoup some of those expenses. And in my opinion, I think that's what the legislature was trying to do by authorizing cities to enact this type of ordinance.
I see it as an encroachment on personal property rights.
Well, and I think again, it's a matter of weighing the personal property rights of an individual versus the property rights of their neighbors, the city in general, because certainly, as you mentioned, taxpayers are bearing some of the expense that these types of properties put on the city.
But if we have, I don't know anything about condemnation, but I think we've got some condemnation rules and regulations or nuisance regulations, or somebody told me today that they have a neighbor's property that's kind of run down and it seems to be a possum hotel. That would seem to me like to be a public health threat. It would seem to me like we have regulations in place to address that. Do we need more regulations?
That's for you to determine, I think. That's not my role here, so.
Thank
I
you,
would,
Bill.
like I said, this to me is another tool in the tool belt to be able to address some of these types of properties.
Well, I look at personal property as a pretty almost sacred thing. And I just, this really rubs me the wrong way to think that the heavy hand of government is going to force me to do something with my property that I really don't want to do. And in some cases, if I'm in the business of remodeling houses and putting them back on the market, it's going to put me out of business.
Jim?
Mr. Straczynski, I just want to know, going to what Ed's talking about. Let's say you have a contractor, he got 2 or 3 houses. He waters the yard, he mows it, he keeps the place clean. Now, is that property, just because it's vacant, going to be covered by this? Or it's maintained with the eventual purpose of being the, it seems to me, it would make sense to me if it applied to where they're ignoring the property, the weeds are growing, they're letting it go. I see that situation. But if a guy has bought the property and he's going to work on it, he seems like he mows the yard and waters it and maintains it, why are we even being involved?
And that's a very good point, because I think it gets to the self-reporting nature of this ordinance. If that individual that was restoring that property decided, oh, I'm going to go ahead and pay the $250 registration fee, then they would go onto this registry. But if they're doing all of those things like you're saying, then the question becomes, how would it get onto the city's radar? It very well may not. And the city has to have good evidence that it is vacant, not being maintained, debris and trash surrounding the property, all of those things before the city can place it on the registry. So it likely would not meet that definition for the city to be able to place it on the registry.
So you wouldn't have to pay the fee that way, as long as you maintain it, water it, take care of the property, then you wouldn't have to pay the $250 fee. I think that makes sense.
That'd be my
in the
opinion,
enforcement.
yes. Because again, I'm not looking at this as an ordinance that we're going to be running around town and trying to add as many properties to the registry as we can. We're using it, like I said, as a tool in the tool belt to make sure that properties are being maintained and being taken care of.
Rod?
Ed, I agree with you 100% on everything you said over there. And that's not going to happen very often with you and I, but I agree tonight. Everything that is under definitions of what we considered abandoned property, we already have ordinances to cover that. Overgrowing and dead vegetation, we have weed control that they go out and look for that kind of property. We already have enough ordinances that we're not doing now. We're not out enforcing them enough, or we wouldn't be in this position. If we have a guy that owns a house, he's got storage in it, he's paying his taxes, he's keeping it clean, this is a tool that we can force him to not use it for that. And I'm strictly against telling somebody, as long as they're paying their taxes and keeping it looking nice, we should have nothing to do with it. But yet this ordinance, the way it's wrote, the wrong person walks up on the wrong day and he could be half told that he has to go register it as an abandoned property because you can't store property in it. And I think that's wrong.
I think it's wrong. I mean, I own a building on Rodeo Road that I bought from Dr. Bolander years ago for the highway frontage. It's an empty building. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I've had people want to rent it. There might be things where I'm in industrial and I'm exempt and all that, but if I wasn't, this ordinance would force me to have to do something or pay $1,000 every 6 months because it's an empty property. And I think we're overstepping our boundary and we should stay out of it.
Other comments or questions? Brad?
How does this work for short-term and medium-term rentals? I know there's an exemption where social media listing and, other sites, but who's going to track that down? I mean, if you're only listing something on Airbnb, does that mean you should be registering for this? Like, how does that work?
So again, based on your example, it doesn't sound like that type of property is going to meet the definition of vacant under the terms of what is set out here. But even then, even if it would meet the definition of vacant, so what is proposed requires owners of vacant property, as it's defined under the ordinance, to pay that initial registration fee 180 days after their initial registration. So procedurally, the way that would work is there's the initial registration or the determination that it's vacant. You don't have to pay the first fee for 6 months. So it's not due. You might get hit with that determination that it's vacant, but you still have 6 months to get it cleaned up or occupied or just not vacant, I guess would be one way to say it.
So if you have a bad string of luck in your rental property and it sits empty for a while, you could have to register under this rule.
If it meets the definition of exhibiting signs of vacancy.
Who decides whether or not it's meeting the definition?
So we would have the city building official is the one that would kind of be in charge of updating and maintaining that registry. So the building inspectors more or less. The other part of this is that it's set out in here and the state statute requires this, that if you feel that your property was unfairly designated as vacant, you can appeal that decision. And then that decision comes to city council. So ultimately, city council would have the ability to determine whether something was vacant if the property owner is contesting.
So if somebody were to, do we have something in place where if weeds are overgrowing, that it's vacant, everything else, do we have inspectors that go out and the property owner obtain fees or fines for not taking care of that?
So hold on just a second. Yes. Now, in response, step them through what we go through beginning about this time of year, every year.
Yep. So that gets to like what the mayor is referring to is the enforcement of nuisance ordinances, the weed ordinances. So we deal with this every year. And so number one, what you're doing is you're going out and you're identifying those properties. Code enforcement officers are writing up violations. They're contacting the property owners, trying to work with them to get it cleaned up. So a lot of times what we see are either unresponsive property owners, absentee property owners. We even have deceased property owners. So to be able to pursue violations against those folks, you have to be able to locate them. And so one of the difficulties that we run into is being able to actually locate and then serve notices on those individuals because they may just not be around for whatever reason. And so in order to pursue a code violation against them, I put together paperwork to file in court. It gets filed with county court. And then I have to serve a notice personally on that person to appear in court. So if they're out of state, if they're deceased, if they just are evading law enforcement and we can't get them served, then we can't move forward with anything to try to enforce those ordinances. And so So those are all proceedings that are quasi-criminal in nature. I describe them a lot as akin to like a traffic citation, where you have to go into court and you go through an arraignment process. And at the end of that process, if I'm able to find you, get you served, you show up in court, ultimately what ends up happening is the judge assesses a fine against them. And then we get done with court and their property is still looking the way that it is. So they don't have a lot of incentive other than avoiding all of that if we can track them down. So the problem we run into there is tracking these folks down. Is that a good response?
I think so. I just would just add this one thing, that what often happens in that scenario is the process starts in May or June because of the nature of busy courts and all those sorts of things. It ends about the end of September. That's when the fine is finally assessed. Sometime in October, it freezes and the weeds fall down. And we start again in many cases, not in every case, but in many cases. And to be fair, there are a few that get resolved. You know, someone realizes the property is in bad shape and they take care of it. But I don't know, Judy, off the top of your head, do you know how many of the situation we just described on average we go through every year? Do you know, Bill?
We have taken a little bit different approach with some of the weeds cases. So I think we have a list of probably, is it like 60 properties maybe?
But I would say typically a code compliance officer will write up in the busy season about 15 to 20 properties per day. And out of those, I would say maybe 10 to 15% actually get resolved by the person doing what they're asked to do, clean up the properties. I would say, yeah, at least 80 to 90% end up in the court system. And that's why we repeatedly get phone calls for properties that grass is waist high or knee high, because we can't serve them. We can't do anything. If he is successful in getting him to court, they'll get a very small fine, in my opinion. Sometimes court costs is what they get for a fine, and we start the process over again. So that's why sometimes in the summertime, we will get repeated phone calls on one property and it's never resolved even by the end of the season. And then you start over again next year.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, sorry, very long answer to your question, Mr. Flanders, but that's kind of the scenario. So, Nick?
Yeah, so if we're spending all that time tracking people down just to pay the small fines, how are we gonna get them to pay the big fines?
So again, that's why I say this particular ordinance could be another tool in the tool belt. So I don't foresee us using it every time. I foresee it being something extra that we can throw on either to incentivize people to clean things up, or you know, the scenarios we're just going through where we're having to track down property owners, get them served with notices, things like that, going through the criminal proceedings to have fines assessed to them. The appeal from my perspective of an ordinance like this is that it imposes fines that act as a lien on the real estate. So, you know, ask yourself, how do we pursue fines against a deceased property owner who has no family members, nobody interested in taking over responsibility for the property? We can't pursue fines against somebody who's passed away. And so we have properties like that are out here that are, you know, creating problems for law enforcement because there are vagrants going into it, creating problems for neighbors because it becomes infested with rodents. And so by being able to assess a fee to a property like that, it gives us the opportunity to go into civil court much more quickly to resolve the ownership issues, because we would have that financial interest in it. Where we struggle sometimes is that we can't do that right away because we can't demonstrate that financial interest in the property. And you have to have some sort of an interest to be a party in a case. And so that's where an ordinance like this would come in, as opposed to some of the other tools in the tool belt.
That makes sense. Thank you. I have a few more questions if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Okay. I don't like that there's a lot of, it's not clear on a lot of things. There's a lot of gray areas. The fine being one, it could be $1 for one person, it could be $250 for another person. Trying to define if it's vacant or not, being up to the discretion of one person. So I just feel like there can be a lot of inconsistency there. So I don't like where it's clear and cut, and not really black and white. Will this ordinance fall in line with, will trailer parks or mobile home parks, will this apply to them if there's vacant trailers in their trailer parks?
So I would say yes, because under the definition section, residential building is defined to include a trailer house.
So does the fine go to the owner of the trailer court or the owner of the house or both?
So in my opinion, it would have to be assessed to the record owner of itself. I know it becomes an issue in some mobile home courts because, again, mobile homes, they're abandoned, the property owner is deceased. And so they have a real issue with dealing with trying to get title to those types of homes to clean them up themselves. So, I can't speak for the mobile home park owners, but I don't know that they would see this as a terrible thing if we could pursue fees against those abandoned mobile homes to, again, get a lien on them to try to clean up the title to them. Because a lot of times that's the end goal with something like this. And what we're trying to do is to clean up title to properties that are abandoned, or, I guess probably abandoned is the best way to describe them.
I get the end game, I really do. I get what we're trying to do. We're trying to get abandoned properties cleaned up and everything like that. I just think there might be some innocent people in the crosshairs of this and I agree with Ed on infringing on owners' rights to have the property. In my area, vacant properties are actually a lot nicer than some of the ones that are occupied. And that's just unfortunately how some things are. There's some really nice vacant properties around. Nobody's just doing anything with them. So I think if we can find a way to stick with current ordinances or maybe get some more teeth in the game on those current ordinances to get some properties cleaned up, continue what we're doing with the grant money to buy the properties that are in court litigation. So I don't support this either.
So I just want to remind the council here for a second that you are in fact the legislative body of the city of North Platte. And the reason that you have these ordinances in front of you is so that you can propose changes to them. You do not have to accept them as they exist. And it is perfectly permissible to choose to delay or table something that you want a little time to come up with some language on. That is a perfectly reasonable parliamentary motion to do some, to take longer time to consider or to propose changes to those ordinances. So, Ed, you had a question?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Believe me, there's a couple of properties that come to mind. I'd love to vote for this. I'd vote for it with my eyes wide open, but I don't want to paint everybody with the same brush. I remember, Lane, last summer, I called about one of the local businesses downtown that hadn't mowed their weeds along the right of way. And I believe you told me you'd send them some nasty grams, and because of their commercial properties, there was no way of enforcing that rule. Is that right?
I didn't say there was no way of enforcing it. We have some commercial properties that have out of town or out of state owners, and just as the process of Bill explained, by the time it goes through and you get them to actually, you can actually prove that they were served. The weeds get higher and higher every day, and it goes to Bill for that same process. And I'm not sure if it's the one you're talking about, Ed, but there's another landowner or property owner, commercial business that's, I think it's an East Coast business, and they've thumbed their nose at us for 3 summers in a row as far as taking care of their weeds. And so then it goes through this whole process
Probably
and
the
then goes
same
back
one.
to,
Yeah.
and so,
What is our recourse in that situation?
I mean, Bill kind of outlined what, I mean, we don't have a lot of recourse in that. He just outlined the process on that, and it's,
Okay,
unfortunately,
so
it's not great.
So, from what I hear you saying, Bill, with what you're proposing, we can attach the fines to the property itself.
Right. But with the example that you're giving, if it's a commercial property that's occupied and they're just not maintaining it, we do have the weed ordinances, and like Lane said, it's kind of, especially if it's a corporate entity, it's hard to figure out who you could haul into court for a fine on something like that. So we've taken a little bit different approach with some of those, and the existing ordinance allows us to just take care of the problem, to mow it, and then assess fines. Well, assess more of a, it is an assessment. That's the best term for it. And so we have some of those from last year that we're in the process of bringing back to city council to assess those properties for the costs of the city mowing.
So that would go against the property itself.
That would go against the property itself, yes. So we are starting to, we're starting to implement that procedure, which I think in the past hadn't really been used. But we're doing that because, as Lane said, it, by the time you might get resolution with just an ordinance violation case, the weeds are 3 feet tall, and you know, you're in September or October and nothing's happened with it. So if we want to keep the city looking good, we have the ability to have the city mow it and assess the costs against the property. So we've been trying to go that route just to try to keep things looking nice.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Ty.
I'm glad I didn't read this till Sunday because I haven't slept well since. So I think I got ahead of that. You know, I've always been in the camp of for every regulation you add, you got to get rid of two. You know, that's I'm agreeing with a lot of that. A little different view on this one though. You know, the number one complaint I probably hear from people consistently is that we don't enforce anything regarding maintenance and the Possum Motel that Ed referred to. I mean, I hear it all the time, people. I keep looking at this, and I have the same problem that you do, Nick, with some of the vagueness in it. I might go through a couple of questions I'd asked them earlier today, but you know, what is a good faith effort at selling? You know, what is somebody's opinion of the definitions and all that? But what I keep thinking about it, when you go back and you look at the state legislation, I was trying to figure out why they did it. And I was guesstimating that a lot of it was to trying to get that encumbrance on the property. I don't know if you think that's accurate, but I think that's what a lot of what it was about, was getting the encumbrance on the property so you actually have an enforcement mechanism that you can reasonably use on some of this. And so I've been thinking about it a little bit from the, you know, imagine if we have people doing things in our community that's not okay, you know, they're speeding or they trespassing or whatever. Well, those things have different degrees, okay? If I speed 10 miles an hour and the chief reads, folks pull me over and give me a ticket. Well, if I'm 30 miles an hour, that's a different violation. It has a different fine. It has a different assessment. Maybe it's careless driving. Maybe it's reckless driving. Well, to me, this ordinance is about taking up the level of the problem and having a better enforcement mechanism, you know, a better enforcement mechanism for a property that really is a problem. And that, I agree with what you guys are saying on property rights, but you know, it's not fair for if I have a neighbor that has the Possum Motel and I'm dealing with those rodents, or I'm dealing with criminal activity or drug activity in an abandoned place because the city can't do anything about it reasonably. That's not fair either. I mean, as a city, we have a certain obligation to balance property rights versus, like what Bill said, the good of the whole. And so the things that I'm concerned about is that, first of all, I think we need to look at storage a little bit with all this, because like Rod, the building that you talked about, if it's in an I-1 or if it's in some of the business districts with a conditional use permit, building like that could be used legally as storage, even if it didn't have utilities, the way I read this. And so I think we may need to come into this ordinance and look at a little bit about storage, if there's any excitement for doing anything here, and there may not be. But the other things that that whole good faith of selling clause, Bill pointed that has to be in there from statute, right? I mean, that is so vague, the consistencies you could have in that. I see all sorts of issues with that. And then the whole issue with what if a building is half full or is partially exempt? I mean, I think there's some things that we'd have to address, but I think we should all, and maybe we need some more time to look at this. I think we should all take a good hard look and thought about what do we need to do to empower a better enforcement mechanism to deal with some of these real problem properties. And I think what I'm hearing Bill say is that this is probably the best option we've got, and that's why a lot of the state law was passed, to give the city the ability to adopt something like this so we can go after these with a little bit more teeth when there really is a problem. So I guess I'm in favor of working on this with some changes, but if I'm one of 8, then probably wasting our time. But
Go ahead, Rod.
Bill, I asked you earlier, but can you go over the cities that have enacted the LB 257 that created this thing?
And Lane might be able to weigh in on this a little bit too, because I know he had reached out and borrowed some of the ordinances that have been passed. But the ones that I can think of off the top of my head are Beatrice and Ogallala, and I don't know if Lane knows of others.
I know Sutton, Falls City, I believe Norfolk. I'm not 100% on Norfolk, but I know Falls City and Sutton's use this as well. I'm sure there's some others. I didn't make a list of them. Some of around for a couple of years. Some of them, Falls City's had some pretty good luck with getting a lot of properties. Of course, Falls City's had a huge population decline. They had a lot of empty abandoned buildings, and they've gotten about 27 buildings in their business district taken care of with this.
Mayor Keller, I think there's a good discussion on this. Move we table this. I don't think we're close
Second.
to make it something that people are happy with.
Do you want to add a clarification to your table as in some time frame, or just table to the next meeting?
I would just table it to the next meeting.
Okay. Calling the question on table. This item is tabled to the next meeting. Thank you. Okay, sir, I apologize. Once the motion to table occurs, I can't let anybody talk, so you're welcome to come back and speak at the next one. Okay, number 4. Second reading and action to adopt ordinance number 4204, creating paving district number 839 on Francis Street from the intersection of Tabor Avenue thence east to Bryan Avenue, and at the intersection of Bryan Avenue and Francis Avenue heading north approximately 165 feet to existing concrete. Lane, the ordinance, please.
Ordinance number 4204, an ordinance for the creation of paving district number 839 on Francis Street from the intersection of Tabor Avenue thence east to Bryan Avenue, and at the intersection of Bryan Avenue and Francis Avenue heading north approximately 165 feet to existing concrete in the city of North Platte, Lincoln County, Nebraska, and ordering the construction of street improvement therein.
I move to adopt ordinance number 4205 to create paving extension district number 840 as presented in council materials on first reading.
Wait, can I just ask a question? Are we dealing with 839 or 840? It says 839, and then it says the motion, Brad, is 840.
Oh,
Yeah, I think you skipped one, Brad. I think
Sorry,
you're one
should be
behind.
839.
No,
Excuse me.
it says 840.
It says 840 in our material.
at the
That
bottom.
should be 839.
Okay. There's a typo.
so it should be 839.
Should be
Now, you
839.
moved it in that,
Yep.
or-
I withdraw my motion and I move to adopt ordinance number 4205 to create 4204. Good Lord.
That's different than what we have in there.
Yeah.
Up above under.
I read ordinance number 4204.
Okay.
And it's for 839.
I withdraw my motion and I move to adopt ordinance number 4204 to create paving extension district number 839 as presented in council materials on first reading.
Second. You got it.
Who seconded?
Am I in the wrong place?
Ed.
No, that's misprint.
Withdraw my motion. To adopt ordinance number 4204 to create paving extension district number 839 as presented in council materials on second reading. I get it right that time.
Second.
Attaboy.
High five.
Okay, so I have motion by Garrick, second by many people, but we're going to record Lucas since it was the most recent one. So. Okay, we will clarify we have the right numbers before we read the next ordinance. Okay, this is the second reading on this ordinance. It's for the eastern part of what would be the future Francis Street. Council will be bringing this picture up on the screen here, and I provided this detail. I think this probably warrants some discussion, but I thought we might wait till we got down to item number 7, or we can discuss sort of the general plans right now if you guys want to, whatever you'd like to do. So, yeah, item number 7 or discuss now. Okay. Any questions or comments on item number 4 as read? Calling the question, item number 4. Item number 4 is passed. Item number 5. Let's clarify we have the right number.
Correct on the. Yes, but
Okay, so we have ordinance number 4205 and paving district 840, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so item number 5, section reading and action to adopt ordinance number 4205, creating paving district number 840 on proposed Francis Street from Devco Avenue to Bicentennial Avenue. Explain the ordinance, please.
ordinance number 4205, an ordinance for the creation of paving district number 840 on proposed Francis Street from Devco Avenue to Bicentennial Avenue in the city of North Platte, Lincoln County, Nebraska, and ordering the construction of street improvement therein.
Move to adopt ordinance number 4205 to create paving extension district number 840 as presented in council materials on second reading.
Second.
Motion by Garrick, second by Dye. Okay, any discussion on item number 5? Just go ahead.
This probably ties to this in the future item. So when we get into the districts, and maybe a recap would be good at this point or whatever you think, Mr. Mayor. But when we get into the paving districts that were originally part of the redevelopment plan, I've asked Bill and the mayor some questions and Brent about what do you do if a property's it's already in the redevelopment and the subdivision process, and then you come in and you bring a district into it. How do you get the assessments laid down in a way that's fair and right and legal if part of the property's divided, part of it's not, part of it touches the street, part of it doesn't, and how you iron all that out? And so I think for the benefit, it might be good to go through this topic with everybody.
That sounds good. Angie, would you switch the monitor so we can see what's on the screen there? Have Judy bring up this picture so everybody in the audience can see what we're talking about here. Okay. Clear to the right. There we go. Okay.
Is that big enough?
Yeah, let's make it a little bigger if we can. Maybe one more. Yep, too big. Back down. Okay. That'll work. Thank you, Judy. Okay, so everybody in the audience, council has a picture of this. That's what you're looking at on the screen. The grid on the top sort of describes the areas and then what the funding mechanism is, and then also who the payer of that funding mechanism is. And item number 4 is the item described as A, District 839 there on the red. And what we're contemplating right now is C, Area C, which is 840. And for your positional information, if you're aware of where the North Platte Post Office is, this is just immediately south of the post office. That's where this sort of purple colored line is there. And to your point, Ty, the plan for the payment of this section, if this district is approved, is to attribute the entire cost of the paving of that district to the property that is immediately to the south. Okay. And inevitably, this would bring up the question, what about District B, or Section B, which is 842, which would be item number 7 on our agenda. And it is important to consider at a point in which in the future, when the council would sit as the Board of Equalization, how would we attribute the payments for this district? What would happen there? And in this particular case, the developer has requested a 2-year district, which is a pretty short time frame for a paving district. Usually they're 5, 10, 15, 20 years, somewhere in that vicinity. This request is for a 2-year district. And it is the city's position that the properties that are in complete summary to the north and to the south of that portion of Francis Street benefit from the fact that Francis Street is there, because it provides an exit to those developments. It's a little hard to see on the screen, but you've got apartment buildings going on the north side of the street, and then individual housing kind of in that honeycomb shaped area there on the right. To that end, I asked the city attorney to propose a potential motion to amend this ordinance in such a way that the district fees would be appropriated to the entirety of that particular subdivision on a per square foot basis in that particular section. That section
In the
is
section B, right?
Yes, yes.
'Cause in section C, the legal description's already defined in section 2, right, which addresses that kind of the same situation, right? Okay. Makes sense.
So, did everyone follow my logic there? Go ahead.
You mind if I go down the TIF bond route with that a little
Go
bit?
right ahead.
So what we were trying to sort out on this a little bit, and again, the goal, so you're not fighting about assessments later, is that the assessment district becomes that land, like you said, that benefits from the paving district, but you're recognizing that you're going to have a TIF bond holder who's going to have revenue at some point, future point in time. It was really intended to help infrastructure costs. Well, when it would seem like the city's role here is to get the district equalized and assessed properly. And then when they go to sell those lots or individual lots, they can choose to contract out however they choose. That kind of squares anything up with the TIF bond or the market value of the property. Is that right? That's it. Okay. Yes. So that's, I guess, to me, as long as we're making sure that the right properties, what gets kind of confusing is where there's already been some subdividing that's gone on. And so I think that ties to his proposed motion then, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That is correct. The idea being that since the entire subdivision benefits from having Francis Street there, it's appropriate to attribute that cost of paving to the entire subdivision, regardless of whether it's 3 big lots now or 50 big lots later, little lots later. So ultimately, the owner is going to attribute it that way anyway. Other questions or comments on item number 5, and we kind of wandered into 7 a little bit, so. Anything else? Angie, back to voting, please. Thank you. Okay, calling the question on item number 5, please. Item number 5 is passed. Item number 6. Let's make sure we've got the right sequence of numbers here. Got 4206 and 841, correct? Okay. Item number 6, second reading and action to adopt ordinance number 4206, creating paving district number 841 and proposed Francis Street from Bicentennial Avenue to Newberry access. Lay in the ordinance, please.
Ordinance number 4206, an ordinance for the creation of paving district number 841 on proposed Francis Street from Bicentennial Avenue to Newberry access in the city of North Platte, Lincoln County, Nebraska, and ordering the construction of street improvement therein.
I move to adopt ordinance number 4206 to create paving extension district number 841 as presented in council materials on second reading.
Second.
Motion by Garrick, second by Flanders. Have any discussion on item number 6? Bring back to our picture. This would be the section that is easternmost on Francis Street. Seeing none, calling the question on item number 6, please. Item number 6 is passed. Item number 7, first reading and action to adopt ordinance number 4208 to create paving district number 842 on Francis Street from the east side of the intersection of Bryan Avenue and Francis Street, thence east to Devco Avenue, approximately 3,100 feet. Lay in the ordinance, please.
Ordinance number 4208, an ordinance for the creation of paving district number 842 on Francis Street from the east side of the intersection of Bryan Avenue and Francis Street, thence east to Devco Avenue, approximately 3,100 feet in the city of North Platte, Lincoln County, Nebraska, and ordering the construction of street improvement therein.
I move to adopt ordinance number 4208 to create paving extension district number 842 as presented in council materials on first reading.
Second.
Motion by Garrick, second by Dye. Brent, since this one is new, would you clue us in here a little bit? And Angie, I'm sorry, could you go back to the picture so Brent can refer to it, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Brent Berkland, City Engineer. This one, I think the mayor has done a pretty good job of the overview of what we're looking at. This, if you remember from our
There you go.
from our last meeting, what we had was A, C, and D. And this one, in the meantime, we've had the developer request B, which is the one in green. And what this is, again, it's 42 foot wide, so it's 2 lanes with a center turn lane, concrete 8-inch thick with the transverse joints being reinforced. So it'd be a heavy duty road section. So from A, B, C, and D, all 4 of those segments will be 42 foot wide with a center turn lane. So 2-lane center turn lane with full curb and gutter and normal storm drainage on the street. So we'll have inlets. So this last one, this B, would make this a complete section, and it would be under the city's bidding, construction, observation, the full process. So all 4 of these would be under the city's auspices if this last district is approved. And so just to give you an idea of scale, B, as shown in green, that's 3,100 feet long. So it's a little over a half mile for section B.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Brent while he's up here?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, go ahead, Ty.
Maybe, I think it'd be good if you would walk us back to the reminder on McCabe and how the timing of all this would work. And because I think the developer's still installing McCabe, right?
Correct. And what we're looking from a schedule wise, partly be by engineering staff, construction of, we're looking at probably A and B, trying to get moving as quick as we can this year. with the desire of trying to get A and B, the red and the green, completed this year. We'd like to get as much as we could, but practically with limitations, C and D might be a little bit later. The developer is doing McCabe, which would be in the middle of B. It's the north-south line running at an angle. I wonder if I can put my cursor right there. That maybe you can see that. That's McCabe. And the developer is doing that. And as far as the schedule time frame, my understanding is they want to have the apartments going up this calendar year. On the left side, which would be over here, that's where the apartments and row houses that they have planned to go. And so their plan is to do the water, sewer, storm drainage, and the grading, and also the paving of McCabe. My understanding is they said they wanted to get McCabe done this year. Our process will be a little bit slower because they've already done internal private bidding. We have to do a public letting. So my expectation is they'll be ahead of us on getting water, sewer completed, and hopefully McCabe. So we should be trailing them in that respect, that they're getting McCabe in, and we should be following behind with Francis. And that is their responsibility, the McCabe part. Did that answer your question, Ty?
And Brent, just so everybody's clear, in the event that something terrible happens and the developer is unable to put in McCabe Street for some unforeseen reason, just because we approve a district doesn't mean we have to do it. Is that correct?
Districts can be repealed. So
okay.
It's an ordinance that you can repeal the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Brad, go ahead.
When do you see Francis all the way out? What do you think that the time frame for that is?
Right now, my expectation would probably be the end of next calendar construction season. I'd like to get C and D bid maybe later this summer, fall. And so probably by summer, fall next year, we'd have Francis Street all the way through.
Nice.
So
Thank you.
end of construction season 26.
Other questions or comments? Go ahead, Ty.
It's kind of an odd request, but we have an off cycle. The others would be on third reading at the next meeting. This one would be on second for the purposes of organization and construction management and all that. I'm wondering if I would like to see this go through a second reading if it's approved today, but I'm wondering, can I make a motion that this would go through 2 instead of 3 readings? So is that, or would we need to wait till the next meeting and request waiver of it? Is that cleaner?
To the next meeting.
Yeah, I think it'd be cleaner to wait till the
Okay.
next meeting.
I'd like the council to maybe think about that in the meantime, because I think it'd be efficient to get all these on the same calendar. Side comment.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Continue,
Go
if
ahead.
that's
Yeah,
okay.
go ahead.
The discussion we had about the legal description and how it, back to the prior one, does the legal that's here in section 2 incorporate that, or do we need to consider amendments such as this to make sure we're catching the right areas of land?
So I think based upon at least what was provided to me, I've put around a proposed amended section 3 where we would, if you would be willing to consider it, add that in section 3, and the proposed ordinance becomes section 4. Section 4 becomes section 5. But I think section 2 contains several additional legals that are not necessarily related to the developer. And so I think to clean it up, what I've put together and handed out across the table here would be probably, at least at this point, from my understanding of things, the preferred amendment to be able to assess all of the properties within that Fritz Farm subdivision for the costs of the improvement district.
I would motion then that we take the proposed ordinance and we add the section 3 as Bill's presented here, The cost of making improvements for paving district number 842 shall be assessed upon the following abutting lots and lands within such district as determined by the mayor and city council to be especially benefited thereby in proportion to such benefit as follows: all lots within the Fritz Farm First subdivision based upon a square footage assessment.
Second.
Motion by Lucas, second by Flanders. Do we have any discussion on the proposed amendment? Everyone follow the logic of what we're doing here, or what was being proposed, I should say. Okay. Questions? Okay, calling a question on the proposed amendment, please. Oh, sorry, Angie, back to the voting, please. Okay. Okay, the amendment, proposed amendment is passed. Back to the original question, as amended. Any questions or comments on the original as amended? Seeing none, calling the question on number 7 as amended. Number 7 is passed as amended. Thank you, everyone. On to number 8. Second reading and action to adopt ordinance number 4207, vacating an alley located in the 400 block between East 2nd Street and East 3rd Street and retaining the alley as an access and utility easement. Lane?
Ordinance number 4207, an ordinance of the city of North Platte, Lincoln County, Nebraska, vacating an alley described as lots 1 through 8, block 165, original town, North Platte, Lincoln County, providing for the vesting of title of said vacated alley, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for the effective date and publication thereof.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 4207 to vacate the alley as described in the ordinance on second reading.
Second.
Motion by Reeker, second by Garrick. Any discussion on item number 8? Seeing none, calling the question on item number 8, please. Item number 8 is passed. Item number 9. Third reading and action to adopt ordinance number 4195, annexing Lot 1, Otter Second Subdivision into the City of North Platte corporate limits. Lane?
Ordinance number 4195, an ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of North Platte, Lincoln County, Nebraska, to include within the corporate limits of the city of North Platte certain lands described as Lot 1, Otter Second Subdivision, Lincoln County, Nebraska, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for the effective date and publication thereof.
Move to adopt ordinance number 4195, annexing Lot 1, Otter Second Subdivision into the city of North Platte corporate limits on final reading.
Second.
Motion by Garrick, second by Reeker. Any discussion on item number 9? Seeing none, calling the question on item number 9. Item number 9 is passed. Item number 10, third reading and action on ordinance number 4196, annexing Lot 2, Otter First Subdivision into the City of North Platte corporate limits. Lane?
Ordinance number 4196, an ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of North Platte, Lincoln County, Nebraska, to include within the corporate limits of the city of North Platte certain lands described as Lot 2, Otter First Subdivision, Lincoln County, Nebraska, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for the effective date and publication thereof.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 4196, annexing lot number 2, Otter First Subdivision to the City of North Platte corporate limits on final reading.
Second.
Motion by Reeker, second by McNew. Any discussion on item number 10? Seeing none, calling the question on item number 10, please. Item number 10 is passed. Item number 11, third reading and action to adopt ordinance number 4197, annexing Lot 1, Major Three Brothers Administrative Subdivision in the City of North Platte corporate limits. Lane?
Ordinance number 4197, an ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of North Platte, Lincoln County, Nebraska, to include within the corporate limits of the city of North Platte certain lands described as Lot 1, Majors Three Brothers Administrative Subdivision, Lincoln County, Nebraska, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for the effective date and publication thereof.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 4197, annexing lot number 1, Majors Three Brothers Administrative Subdivision into the city of North Platte corporate limits on final reading.
Second.
Reeker, second by Lucas. Discussion on item number 11. Seeing none, calling the question on item number 11, please. Item number 11 is passed. Number 12, third reading and action to adopt ordinance number 4198, annexing Block 1, Glenfield's third subdivision into the city of North Platte corporate limits. Lane, the ordinance, please.
Ordinance number 4198, an ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of North Platte, Lincoln County, Nebraska, to include within the corporate limits of the city of North Platte certain lands described as Block 1, Glenfield's third subdivision, Lincoln County, Nebraska, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for the effective date and publication thereof.
Move to adopt ordinance number 4198, annexing Block 1, Glenfield's third subdivision into the city of North Platte corporate limits on final reading.
Second.
Motion by Garrick, second by Reeker. Any discussion on item number 12? Seeing none, calling the question on number 12, please. Number 12 is passed. Moving on to number 13. Anyone like to motion a 5-minute break?
I motion that we take a 5-minute break.
Second. Second. Third.
Motion by McNew, second by Flanders. Anyone against taking a second break? Okay, 5-minute break is declared. We'll reconvene at 21 minutes after 7.
Yeah.
Next time it might need to be 7 minutes.
Okay, everyone, we're going to reconvene the meeting, please, after our break. It is 7:21 and 3 seconds now. We are on item number 13, and we'll be opening a public hearing. Public hearing will be to discuss the CDGB Tourism Development Resolution and authorize the mayor to sign all necessary documents between the Nebraska Department of Economic Development and the City of North Platte. This is a grant proposal is what this is, so we're opening the public hearing. Beginning the public hearing, I'm going to ask Kevin to come and talk what's being contemplated in this grant, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The grant application in front of you tonight is one of many that the state has opened up under the CDBG programs, and I've been up front of you a few different times. This proposal will be at Cody Park. As with most CDBG, it has to focus on low and moderate income. In this case here, we have to focus on limited clientele persons, which include the elderly. The proposal is in regards to many of the improvements that private investors in the city have done at Cody Park in regards to the tennis and pickleball improvements, and also some of the money that is you guys put into the ball fields throughout the city. So this is with any grant, you have a narrow window what you have to look at, how to put the grant application together. But overall, this application would, if approved by the state, would construct an ADA compliant men's and women's bathroom and construct in concession structure that includes storage room north of the tennis pickleball courts, supporting tourism, sporting events at Cody Park, ball fields, and tennis pickleball courts for many years to come. I'll come back up later on if you have questions when we get to that portion.
Thank you. Okay. So this is a public hearing. If anyone in the audience would have a comment on this particular subject, you're welcome to approach the microphone and let us hear your comment.
I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion by Garrick, second by Reeker to close the public hearing. Calling the question on closing the public hearing, please. Public hearing is now closed. Council will now consider item number 13, adopt the CDBG Tourism Redevelopment Resolution and authorize the mayor to sign all necessary documents between the Nebraska Department of Economic Development and the City of North Platte.
I move to adopt the CDBG Tourism Development Resolution and authorize the mayor to sign all necessary documents between the Nebraska Department of Economic Development and the City of North Platte.
Second.
Motion by Garrick, second by Nisley. I think he won that one. Thank you. Okay, council, I had Kevin give you a quick description of what we're talking about. What further discussions or questions might there be? Rod?
How close is this concession stand gonna be and restrooms gonna be to the new gazebo they're building? Is that restroom gonna be usable for that, or is it too far away?
Go ahead, Lane.
This is just north of the pickleball courts that have just been constructed, so it's quite a ways from where that new structure is gonna be.
Okay.
That new structure that you're referring to, Rod, is gonna be where the old playground was, kind of close to the pond to the east and just north of the new playground. So it's a fair distance. This will replace the very old bathroom structure that's north of the fountain where the animal area
Oh,
is.
gotcha.
So
Okay.
it's gonna replace that very old structure there.
Okay. Fair enough.
Thank you. Ed?
Mr. Mayor, it looks like we're requesting $480,000, but the estimated project cost is going to be $630,000. Where does the other 150 come into the picture?
As presenting the materials, that would be coming from city funds, general funds from the city, the 150,000.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed. No, I understand.
Kevin, is the money that Mr. Reeker's asking about, is that a match?
So it is a 75-25 match. The 30,000 for construction administration is not included in the match. So if you try to do the math, it comes out to like 76%. In the application, you have to put a designated fund, general fund. This does not mean that the council later on does not use some of the money that the pickleball group or anything that may be sitting in Nebraska in the foundation money, for example, does not mean later on council doesn't ask for some of that money to help offset this, but is for application purposes and legal notices, we had to have a designated fund, and that typically is the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Nick?
How big is the concession building gonna be? I don't know if I've seen that in.
So the proposal that is in the application, the rendering, I believe is a 25 by 53. Does not mean when you could actually go out for bids and you do actual costs that we can be that big, but that was the long shot, the dream that was given to me by the Parks and Engineering.
Is it gonna have like a kitchen inside of it, or what are the plans with that?
It is just a basic room for concessions like a refrigerator and stuff. It's, we have our big concession stand across the road.
Right.
This is more if there's tennis tournaments, pickleball tournaments, or they might have just cold drinks and maybe chips or something like that. It won't be a full blown concession. It'd be for maybe an organization that's putting on an event where they can sell concessions. Maybe they sell pickleball or something out of there as well. Just basics.
So, an organization can rent the concession stand, and it's not. I guess what I'm asking is, when is the concession stand going to be open, and who's going to be running it? Also,
This concession stand and part of this building would only be for events at the pickleball tennis in our estimation. The bathrooms would be open all the time, but this little concession area would basically be for special events going on just for pickleball and tennis.
what if somebody is holding another event in the park? Is the concession available to that organization?
Yeah, we could sure make it available.
Thank you.
Ed?
Mr. Mayor, so Lane, what do you do in regards to sales tax in a circumstance like that?
It's like anything else with your food vendors or anything that have trucks. It's up to them to report that to the state.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Ty?
This is a pretty big facility, right? So does the grant requirements specify facility size? In other words, do we need this big a facility to be a potential qualifier for the
It does
grant?
not. Main focus on this one is that we are focusing more on ADA compliance,
Okay.
which would also help because there is no facility over there. If anybody was over using the tennis and pickleball courts, you would basically have to walk through grass to get over to the restroom that's on the north side of the street.
Okay.
So that would help alleviate that aspect, and also that we're focusing on the limited clientele, in this case, the elderly, to benefit them.
Ty, with what we looked at when Brent and I were looking at the size structure in Lyle, was how many stalls would you need for the, if all the pickleball and tennis courts are being used and there's events going on, kind of the size of the bathrooms and the ADA compliance, and so that kind of determined the size of the building.
And then I believe in this case, it was 5 for each of the men and 5 for the women's.
Okay, thank you.
Good size.
Other questions or comments? Seeing none, calling the question on item number 13, please. Item number 13 is passed. Item number 14 begins with another public hearing. First reading and action to adopt ordinance number 4209 to rezone certain land from a B2 highway commercial district to an R3 dwelling district located at 3001 West 9th Street. Opening the public hearing on this matter. Anyone who would like to speak, please approach the microphone, tell us who you are, where you live, and we'll be happy to hear your comments.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion by Garrick, second by Reeker to close the public hearing on item number 14. Calling the question on item number 14. Why does that say motion to adjourn up there? That was not the
We're out.
motion. We're ready.
Meeting's over.
Okay. Thought maybe I'd skipped a bunch of stuff there.
Don't pay attention to who votes on what, but that you paid attention to.
Oh, Nick. Okay. Council will now consider for a long time item number 14, first reading and action to adopt ordinance number 4209 to rezone certain land from B2 Highway Commercial District to an R3 dwelling district located at 3001 West 9th Street. Lane, the ordinance, please.
Ordinance number 4209. An ordinance of the city of North Platte, Lincoln County, Nebraska, rezoning certain lands described as lots 5 and 6, Bensil's replat, North Platte, Lincoln County, Nebraska, from a B2 highway commercial district to an R3 dwelling district, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for the effective date and publication thereof.
Move to adopt ordinance number 4209 to rezone certain land from a B2 highway commercial district to an R3 dwelling district located at 3001 West 9th Street on first reading.
Second.
Motion by Garrick, second by Reeker. Do we have any discussion on item number 14? Judy, do you have any background you'd like to provide?
Mayor, council, if you look at the map that's attached to your council materials, you can see how disorganized that area is with commercial and residential. So rezoning this particular portion back to residential makes complete sense. And the applicant is requesting to make this a residential property for future build of a home.
Okay, questions or comments on item number 14?
Just real
Go ahead,
quick. Sorry, thank you. So it says that they're not gonna be looking to build a new structure, but they will in the future. Is that why they're wanting to rezone it?
Yes, eventually
Okay.
they would build a new structure, possibly. I mean, I can't guarantee it, but yes, that is the intent.
Is there any advantage or disadvantage of doing what they're doing now? I'm just asking out of curiosity.
I don't think there's any disadvantage unless sometime in the future she decides to go back to commercial would be the only disadvantage. But from the intent from the property owner, and she is here in the audience, is it would be a future home site for her daughter.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, calling the question on item number 14, please. Item number 14 is passed. Items number 15 and 16 all relate to a residential medium density family project that is essentially the same project. So we're going to do the public hearings at the same time because they're all relating to the same subject. Anybody have any objection to that? Okay. So everyone in the audience is clear. Items number 15 and 16, we're going to do the public hearings beginning right just momentarily. And you're welcome to speak on either of those items at this public hearing. Item number 15 is to amend the City of North Platte Comprehensive Plan 2011 Future Land Use Map, amending certain land from agricultural vacant to residential medium density single duplex and multifamily, and from agricultural vacant to industrial on property located at 2401 East Phillip Avenue. We'll also be able to speak on item number 16, which is first reading and action on ordinance number 4201 to rezone certain land from an R3 dwelling district to an I1 light industrial district to an R-M mobile home park district and an I-1 light industrial district located at 2401 East Phillip Avenue. Opening the public hearing for anyone who'd like to comment on these items. I'm going to invite the owner up first to do some description about what his plans are so that we're all operating with the same information. Public hearing is now open. And Judy, would you switch to the pictures? Or sorry, Angie, would you switch to the picture? Apologize. Go ahead, Roger.
Okay. Roger Bullington, Chief Industries, 3935 Westgate Road, Grand Island, Nebraska, 68803.
Thank you. Hold on just a second. Let's get the right picture up there.
Doesn't matter which one we go with.
Yeah, there we go. Maybe make it a little, no, that'll work too. Don't do
Try
that.
again.
Let me give you some remedial training.
Okay.
Bottom right
Run
corner.
this one out of here.
No.
I think I do want to close.
No, 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 no. Okay. Okay.
I need a mouse. Okay.
There we go. Go ahead, Roger. Sorry.
Okay. Oh, that's okay. This is just a typical picture of a manufactured home park that we did up in with a developer up in South Dakota to kind of give you an idea of the look and the quality of the home itself, and what we'd be proposing. They'd be manufactured in Aurora, Nebraska by Bonnevilla Homes. That's a wholly owned division of Chief Industries. We're proposing to do this. We like to call it manufactured home versus a trailer park, because it's the quality has come up a lot since the last few decades. And what we're trying to do here is meet a community need with a unique solution that we think that Chief can provide. And that's with the development experience, the construction experience, the actual manufacturing division, and the investment arm. And so we have not done one of these in any other communities. We haven't been asked to do this. We haven't looked into it. However, I would bet that if this would go forth and be successful, that we'd have other communities asking to hit that different market sector of those, HUD affordable type homes. We're kind of still in the preliminary design phase of this. We're going through the budgeting. We have acquired the land on the 43 acres. We've got a agreement to acquire the 6.31 acres north of the Twin Platte NRD. And so right now we're kind of going through some design concepts in that, where we're going to put the storm the detention cells, and then we're also meeting with subcontractors to get some budgeting on the concrete roads, how we're going to do stormwater, and then how we're going to interface the design of the roads and the infrastructure into the individual, like pseudo 40 by 110 foot lots. And so it's kind of an iterative process. We try and go with something we think is going to be high quality and good representation of what we'd like to be a part of as far as the development, and then see about the economic affordability of those homes. And so it's always kind of a dichotomy of, how much money can you put into a development versus how much can you charge for those homes and the monthly rent. Chief would be subcontracting and partnering with a company that would run these homes, and we're in negotiations with the same person who's doing the one up in South Dakota now. And one thing, we would be doing all the maintenance and landscaping and snow removal, and like I said, mowing and that stuff, to take it and roll that into a part of the homeowners association, so that we can try and maintain a high quality, highly maintained park. And so that's kind of what our vision was when we were approached to see if we would provide this solution in North Platte. And I think it'd be a good mix and hit a community need for housing.
Thank you, Roger. Reserve the right to call you back for further questions when we debate this issue. So, okay, public hearing is still open. Anyone else like to make a comment on this issue?
Gary Pearson, President, North Platte Area Chamber Development Corporation, 502 South Dewey. We're certainly one of those community voices that have reached out to Chief Industries to look at bringing us a mobile home park. As you're well aware, the Chamber's been a good partner and been a great promoter of bringing additional housing into the community, dating back for 10 years now, when the first Shot in the Arm program was launched here. And thanks to the council's willingness to approve a lot of the subdivisions have been brought forward by developers that we've had multiple conversations with and helped recruit here and helped them convince them to invest in North Platte. We've addressed about every aspect of housing there is, in single family and multifamily and upper floor housing in the downtown area. We've done some rehab, looked at every type of housing we can advocate for the community, because largely having no housing inventory built in the last 40 years to speak of. The one missing element, and I think this bears out the new housing study you're going to see, is the target audience that fits that mobile home park ownership. Chief has a reputation for doing things the right way. They've been a great partner with us at Twin Rivers Business Park and building new buildings out there through Prateria Ventures, and we've got 9 new businesses out there as a result of that. They've also been a great partner when we stepped forward and did the Mulligan Meadows subdivision to do something for the north side of the community. That's been very successful. Chamber Development's been a partner in that and putting the infrastructure in. Stuck we took a risk on making, trying to make this thing successful. And I can tell you, those homes no more than going on their foundations than they sell. So the 8 up there right now are either sold or had sold signs on them, putting 5 more foundations in now, and plans to put an additional 16, and then of course the 12 units that are coming forward. In all that, we found Chief to be a great partner, especially with Bonneville Homes also. And a result of what we've done in North Platte, they've had several other communities across Nebraska now reach out to them. That's the quality of the type of development that's taken place. We felt this was a ideal location to put a mobile home park, but it's going to be in proximity to one of our larger employers in the community. The fact that they'll do it the right way and they have the integrity to make it work, we think it hits the affordability factor that other people can't attain to reach home ownership, and we just support it like we have with all the different housing subdivisions that we've advocated for. So highly encourage you to adopt it and move it forward for the community in expeditious fashion if we can.
Thank you. Public hearing is still open. Any other comments?
Good evening, Council. I'm David Briggs. I'm 1009 South Dewey. I'm the CEO of Sustainable Beef, and I'm here to speak in favor of this topic. I applaud the efforts of the Chief Industry to help our situation in this town. I also applaud the whole city, as well as the council here. We made our public announcement in March of 21 that we were coming with a new plant, and we in essence start building houses because you're going to need them. And I think you guys have done a lot of great things in this community, a lot of apartments, a lot of housing like Gary just described. But these 290 homes would really be beneficial. They hit the price point for many of our employees, be very close to our plant, and we applaud the effort and think it'd be a great asset to North Platte to have these available. So thank you.
Thank you. Public hearing is still open. Anyone else like to make a comment on this item?
Donna Tryon, 820 South Bryan. Guess that's where I live. I listened to the planning meeting, and there was more information disclosed at that meeting. So some of my comments are probably going to be more in line with what I heard at the planning meeting than what I heard tonight. One thing about mobile home courts, I personally have lived in 3, and of those 3, 1 is totally gone. The other 2 are totally run down. They were new when I moved in there, and as I see them today, they are not new. And even though I believe the applicant has a good plan, that doesn't always mean that it won't be sold to someone else, and then that's when the problems come up. I'm concerned about 290 units, which I heard was to be. What is that going to do to the Jefferson School? Because I believe that would be the school district that they would be in, and whether that school can handle the number of children, I don't know. The other thing is, at the planning meeting, it was suggested that they would probably be asking for tax increment financing. And again, with the housing subdivision with families, that the taxes would not be going to support our schools for, I believe, and that's an extreme blighted area there for 20 years possibly. So I guess I would like to see maybe a better use of that land. The other concern I have is the traffic on Phillip, and what does the city plan to do with that? I'm glad to see Francis go through, but I don't think the folks living north of Phillip Street probably will be using Francis, and there's plenty of traffic on Phillip as it is. Guess that's all my comments about that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Public hearing is still open. Anyone else?
Move to close the move to close the pub. Oh, sir.
No, that's just on that item there, correct?
Yes,
Correct,
that's
yeah.
correct. Yes.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Been a long time, didn't know.
Motion by Garrick, second by Flanders to close public hearing. Calling the question and closing the public hearing, please.
Excuse me.
Just to clarify real quick, is that closing both public hearings?
Yes.
Hit the button twice.
Ed, you need to vote.
Or just once.
Apparently you were,
Twice.
you pressed twice. There we go. Okay.
3 times.
Public hearing is now closed. Okay. We are on item number 15, which is amend the City of North Platte Comprehensive Plan 2011 future land use map, amending certain land from an agricultural vacant to residential medium density single duplex and multifamily, and from agricultural vacant to industrial on property located at 2401 East Phillip Avenue.
I move to amend the City of North Platte Comprehensive Plan 2011 future land use map, amending certain land from agricultural vacant to residential medium density single duplex and multifamily, and from agricultural vacant to industrial on property located at 2401 East Phillip Avenue.
Second.
Motion by Garrick, second by Dye. Okay, do we have any discussion on amending the comprehensive plan? Nope, calling the question. Oh, okay. Sorry, Ed.
That's fine, Mr. Mayor. If we amend the comprehensive plan, can we still put some stipulations in the plan for the manufactured home park?
Judy?
It's kind of a tough question. I would say probably not in an amendment, because you're amending the land use in order to rezone it. And it would really depend on what kind of stipulations. We do have in our zoning regulations that were passed a number of years ago regarding mobile home parks and the criteria that they have to meet in order to become a mobile home park, which is width of streets, size, all kinds of things, maintenance, those types of things. The size, the actual size, it has to be a minimum of 4 acres, maintained by the property owner. Those sorts of things are already in there. So it really depends on what you're doing. But the amendment, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, but the amendment would not typically be the place where you would put a stipulation on a mobile home park, if that makes sense.
And sorry, Ed, but I think the question was, if this item were to pass, would there be an opportunity to place future stipulations? Is that what you're asking?
Okay, if this item would pass, which in order to rezone it in the next item, your comprehensive plan has to be in conformance with your zoning. So in order to do the next step, anything with the next step, you do have to amend this, and then you still have additional steps for the rezoning
So,
and even the
excuse me.
subdivision.
So in the next step, we could put stipulations in the next step that relate specifically to the manufactured home part.
Probably going to depend on what those are, because the zoning is going to take a lot of those stipulations. They're already going to be in that zoning for the mobile home park. So it's going to depend on what that is.
Yeah, and I think if I'm understanding your questions right, the next item is an ordinance itself, so you'd have to look to what the terms of the ordinance provide for as to whether you amend it or not. But I think the ordinance that's proposed in the next item is just for the rezoning to a certain type of zone.
Yeah, it's not a conditional use permit. Conditional use permits, technically, you can go in and get a bunch of stipulations, put what you want on there. With a rezoning, it goes back to what the zoning regulations read.
So if, I don't know what the plan is, and apparently Mr. Bullington doesn't know at least fully at this point what the plan is. I mean, you've got a general idea what you want to do, but I got the impression that it's not close to being finalized. Okay, so it would seem to me, I mean, first of all, I talked to some folks about it, and one of the things that was strongly encouraged is to have some kind of a park for children with playground equipment, something that the kids can play on.
That is required as part of the mobile home zoning. The RM zoning district does require a certain percentage of public space, open space.
Well, I'm not talking specifically open space. I'm talking about a park with playground equipment on for children.
I don't know that it says specifically playground equipment, but it does have provision for park space.
So do we have an opportunity to make that as a stipulation or not?
So Roger, are you going to put parking or playground equipment?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that answers that. And then on the pictures that you showed there, you showed carports. Is that going to be part of your plan?
We haven't determined that yet. Exactly what we're going to allow between the homes and how we're going to take care of that, whether that be a canopy or something like that. But that part we have not determined yet on what we're going to allow, because that's one potential thing that could junk it up. But we're going to go through the covenants and everything to see what is going to be really wanted by potential buyers and what we'd allow to maintain the quality of it.
So for the sake of clarity, Angie, would you go back to the picture, please? Oh, Roger, hold on. Going to ask you a few questions. And it just takes a couple seconds here, sorry. There we go. So based on your plan as it exists today, what can you shown there, what can we be sure would be part of the park?
There's the 30-foot wide concrete road, and then there'll be parking spots off between each one of those homes, of a total of 4. So it'd be 4 parking spots that'd be paved, 2 for each home. And then we're going through now trying to figure out exactly how that's configured. But before we do that, we're trying to nail down the grading elevations, whether or not we have a high curb or a 4-inch curb, how we're going to do that curb cut. So that's what we're working with the subcontractors now and the engineers, how we can get the stormwater out there efficiently, so we don't have bird baths and other stuff on the roadways. That's going to be the first thing. The second thing, we're going to go inside and start laying out. On your mobile home park requirements, you require 64 square feet for a patio and sidewalks and that up to each home. We'll start integrating that. One thing that it shows here is those homes are pretty much right up against the roadway, and ours will be set back. If these homes are 15 by 75, let's say, and we have a 110-foot lot, so then, and we'll set them back so far, and so that's where we'll put some of that other parking and other, maybe trash buckets or things like that, and sidewalks at that point. The other thing that shows here is there isn't that much room between the back of each one, and so there'll be a lot more yard space back there. So we're going to decide, are we going to allow sheds back there, and if so, what is going to be the uniformity and that sort. But right now we are just concentrating on infrastructure cost, infrastructure design, how to get this thing nailed down to make it economically feasible to move forward with the project as a development. And then we'll start going in there and writing the rules and regulations and covenants for the park itself.
Okay. And then on the yard area, what type of ground cover do you anticipate?
We don't know if it's going to be, sod. There'll probably be some, rocked area or landscaping area. And there's some advantage, those, or that's field turf or astroturf or whatever, to mitigate the maintenance costs in between those now. And we have not determined that yet. It might be a mixture thereof. We don't know if we're going to allow fences, in between back there. So that's all stuff that once we get this operator on board, that he's got a lot more experience in what works and doesn't work in those particulars on a per lot basis.
So it sounds like maybe you are considering some type of a synthetic grass or something
We are,
like that.
yes.
What's the lifespan on that?
I have no idea. That's something we'd have to check into and see.
I have a concern with that. I would be surprised if it lasts more than 20 years, and that's probably on the outside with the sun out here and everything. And then the maintenance cost of that is going to be pretty substantial to pick all that back up and replace it with sod or more of the synthetic grass. And that to me could, in the life of the park, could be pretty detrimental to the aesthetics of the park.
Yeah, we'd have to have some, at least guidelines on maintenance, and, we'd have a deferred maintenance agreement, in our pro formas. We put money aside for those type of improvements or replacements and that stuff. That's pretty typical in all of our developments, where we put money aside so you don't have a big hit in one specific year, and you can do it continually as you have issues versus wait till everything's and then go. And I imagine that, if a home gets moved and taken out of there, that to sell a new home and put it in there, it's kind of like an apartment. You might have to refresh it up between tenants.
If you put in regular grass, would you have underground sprinklers to make sure it gets water?
Yeah, you'd have to.
So would you be maintaining those yards, or is the tenant?
It's for right now, we're looking at us maintaining it.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Okay. What type of street material are you going to use to hard surface?
Concrete.
Okay. And what's the lot size that you're proposing, Roger?
It's 40 by 110.
And what do our regulations call for, Judy?
22, I believe, in a mobile home park.
You've got quite a bit larger lot size, it sounds to me like, to accommodate these homes, which is excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. And how big are these? I mean, are they
The
three
typical ones
bedrooms
like,
or-
the one that we showed, it was 15 foot by about 75, 76 foot. And that was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath.
Okay. Okay, and what kind of a price range are you looking at?
You know, we really don't want to put that out yet, just in case we have to, because as soon as we put it out there, that's going to be in everybody's mind. And it's either going to turn people off because you're too high, or if it's too low and then we can't get there because of other requirements, and they'll say, well, you said, you know,
that's a
so,
fair that's a fair
yeah,
answer.
we don't want to push that out there. You know, we don't have any marketing slicks and everything put together yet, because since we're still in the design phases, but once we do, you know, we'll have the brochures and the digital renderings and everything to showcase it. And then, you know, once we get started on some of the streets, and that point, it will put some like model homes out there for people to see, to try to enhance and kind of speed up the absorption rate. You know, because when you have that big of a, you know, it's really going to be over 50 acres. So how are you going to fill that up? So you've got to get there with a sense of urgency of selling those lots and getting them absorbed, you know, quick to pay for the cost.
And these are all going to be new homes, Roger?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and I'd heard that there may be a lifespan on the homes, and once they reach a particular age, then they will be removed and a different one put in?
No, they're gonna be owned by, those homes are owned by the tenants.
Right.
You know, that purchase it. And so we couldn't put a life cycle or whatever to mandate, you know, that it's out. It all depends on how they're going to keep them up.
No, you're right,
You know,
absolutely.
and so that's something that if we put in the covenants, you know, to keep them painted or to keep it, the exterior wall elements in good shape, you know, well, those are always pretty subjective, you know, but we'll have something in there in the covenants.
And you said you're going to be working with another company. Can you describe what
The other company does mobile home parks and manages
They would
them.
manage it?
Yeah,
And you guys would still own?
we'd still own it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you guys do a class job, and when it's all said and done, it should be something to be proud of.
Yeah, I think it'd fill that need of that housing sector that, you know, a lot of communities don't have, and we're hoping to do it in a fast pace to, you know, get homes in there, you know, fairly quick.
It'd be kind of impressive to see the name of the mobile home park owned and operated by Chief Industries. I think that would be something that
Yeah.
you guys be proud of.
Yeah, when we do developments, if you've ever seen, you know, West Haymarket and Rail Yard and everything down in Lincoln, or if you come to Grand Island and see Prairie Commons, and you see the kind of flair, the landscaping, we usually have, you know, higher end landscaping that's not put back on the city. The detention cells, all that stuff, and wet cells are not put back on the city. We manage those and then charge that to the owners of the property within the developments. So then that way, you know, we can have, you know, the change in flowers sections every 3 years, or every 3 times a year in the seasons, and, you know, cleaning out the beds and doing the mulch and doing that stuff. So we do that in the medians and roundabouts at Prairie Commons, and it just sets it at a higher standard, and it's good for the employees and the community.
Well, thank you. The reason I'm asking the questions, we've got a couple of really, really nice parks in town, and then we've got a couple that aren't so really, really nice parks in town. And I'm sure when the really not so nice parks were built, they were probably really nice.
Yeah.
But it's all about maintenance and upkeep and how they're well maintained, and that I think is a question mark in a lot of folks' mind, that in 20 years, is it going to look as good as when it was built?
Yeah.
So thank you.
All right, thanks.
Hold on, Roger. One quick question. Most of us have seen the quality of the Mulligan Meadows homes, been in them or near them or something like that. Are these homes built to the same sort of quality standard, or what's the
Yes.
comparison?
It's just, you know, rather than there you see the double wides and they're stitched together. This is only a single wide, goes down through the same line in our plant. And so everything else, the details and everything like that. And because it's a manufacturing line, so you don't want to do a one-off, things like that. So you keep a lot of the things consistent through the process.
Okay. Other questions, Nick? Go ahead.
So in this mobile home park, obviously you have a goal of getting it 100% occupied with trailers. What percentage or fill rate do you have in mind to where you guys would be comfortable? If it's 290, are you comfortable at 200? I mean, how many empty spaces are you going to be comfortable with having?
You know, that's a good question. Since we're still going through the pro forma and trying to figure out what our total dirt work project costs are and roads, and it's going to be a requirement of that. But you know, if we started tomorrow and start putting homes in there, we could only probably produce 7 to 8 a month. Okay, so if you take 8 times 12 is 96. I mean, it could take 3 years to fill this thing up as far as getting enough homes there. And so, yeah, I hope that's a problem that we're not doing quick enough. And if we aren't, then we could, you know, adapt and try and figure something else out to try and speed that up. But we haven't got to that break-even point yet on what absorption rate is on the pro forma, so I really couldn't answer your question, but it's something that we'll look at.
Okay. Another question kind of off topic. Do you guys have any plans with the old golf course?
That is a good question. In about 60 to 90 days, we're hoping to have an announcement. We're working with an apartment developer out of Omaha that we've partnered, and are going to make an announcement on a big project in Grand Island. And then we're also doing some conceptual layout of apartment complex. And since then, we've also bought the Chase property, which is the old driving range, and we're closing on the E.D. Patterson land. So we ended up buying about 15 more acres. And the reason why we did that is to try and cut down on some of the infrastructure costs, getting back into that interior part of the Haler property and the golf course. So we're going to move it out where the infrastructure isn't so costly, get that started, and then have the natural transitioning going back into that other land and activate the some of the areas around those ponds, and then also the pond back behind Mid Plains Community College. We plan on dredging that out, but we do have conceptual plans completed also with an apartment complex. And if everything would go good, probably start this fall, worst case in the spring on the apartment complex.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
If anybody who's interested hasn't read those RM zoning that Judy referred to, I'd really encourage you to get into that. It's really specific. It addresses a lot of things that you brought up, Ed. Has it been a few years ago that we did all that? I can't remember the time frame.
Yeah, I think it was
3,
about
4?
three years ago that we adopted those
Well,
regulations.
when I was rereading it, I mean, we really wrote the rule book as a group and passed it with the goal of attracting new mobile home park. We just hadn't seen quality mobile home parks in the community for a long time. A couple of reminders on it is the common area space is 10%, I think, or more. And the parking requirements are really specific. There's storm shelter requirements. There's landscaping, like barrier requirements, in addition to the setbacks, the porches, the skirtings, I mean, all that stuff. It's really specific. And so really, anybody who's interested in this topic ought to really go look at that, because at that point, we recognized that we had some of these old parks that people were upset about. We only had a couple that were really in good shape. And so the rules were written with the goal of bigger parks. And the nice thing about a bigger park is the heavier the investment is, the more incentive everybody is to take care of it going forward. Because You know, nobody's gonna want to spend millions of dollars developing a park and then have it be unrentable 10 or 15 or 20 years later. So I think if people read that, they'd be pretty impressed with how specific the requirements are that were passed a few years ago in something like this. The thing that I've been trying to understand, that I'm all for, in my opinion, we really need a new mobile home park in the community. And I know I've had a lot of calls against them over the last few days, and I understand that too. But I think in my profession, as I've worked in other communities that have them, it's not all about affordability. Lots of people in a mobile home park, it's their second home. They work in a community, they maybe live somewhere else, or they're retired and they spend time in warmer places, and so it makes sense. There's social aspects, good social aspects if a park's done right. I mean, I might be a person that wants to live in an apartment, but I've got a dog that it's too big for an apartment, so maybe it's a good fit. So I think sometimes there's a conception out there that it's all about affordability. It's really not. And I think the key is that we get a good park. The only thing that I worry about a little bit is what the taxation support's going to be like. You know, if I was on the school board right now, or was on the county commissioner board, you know, what's this going to look like versus our impact? But I've been trying to do quite a bit of research on these, and you know, when they pay personal property tax, from what I understand, I think that still cycles back to the taxing authorities like property tax. Is that right?
That's correct. That's my
Okay.
understanding, Ty.
Okay. And then personal property tax is not TIF eligible for flow, correct?
Correct.
So if we're talking TIF later, which, Ed, if we have any real special requirements, if we decide to consider a TIF app, that's probably the good opportunity to try to get extras if you're looking for them, versus the rules. But you're going to have a lot of personal property tax that's going to go on those tax rolls pretty quick, even if you had. I mean, most of these units today are in excess of $100,000 brand new. I don't mean to speak an amount, but it's not hard today to get to $100,000 on a newer mobile home. And I know there's maybe some cheaper than that too. But I just think I want to commend the planning on this, because I think the work that was done a few years ago, right, the rules, has really helped attract quality here, and we should be conscientious of that. I'm all for this project.
Brad?
Roger, can I call you back up here, please, sir? Thank you. You are planning on asking for TIF, or is that still in the air?
We are. You know, the infrastructure cost in there is really huge, but it's not going to be a huge ask because we're not creating that big of an increment on that's going to be accessible. We'll have the storm shelter with restrooms in it, and then the other. So that'll be an assessed part of it. And then if we do put up self-storage or something like that, probably, but that isn't going to create a huge increment either. So it's not a huge a TIF ask. But in these types, every little bit helps. Any more in any type of development, it's almost, you know, a three-legged stool, and it's you need, on mixed use developments, you need, you know, housing and retail, and the other leg is always public entitlements, and then getting community support. These things have to be a win-win, and that's what we aim to do, is make sure that we check most all the boxes so that it is a win-win. You know, the dog park, the kids playground area, and that stuff, to make it so that it is a more pleasing development for the community members, you know, to make it more like a village. And so we think we can do a good job on it, but we're going to need some community help in the TIF deal, but it's not going to be a huge TIF ask because we're not creating the increment that's like a normal development.
It's my understanding that you're going to require new homes
Yes.
when they're placed. Is there any way to include that in the covenant of the home so that if you were to sell it, then that carries on?
Yes.
You can.
Yeah. We'll try and put that in, you know, sometimes we'll put it in the redevelopment agreement, you know, so that's something that, because on this stuff, there's different profit pools to make this thing viable at cheap. One of them's we got to manufacture the homes. And so it's not just a development, get the rent on it. We're counting on making money on some of those homes to help pay down the overall development cost.
And just so for my own education, at what point in the process would you put those covenants in place?
We'd probably, at the time, we'd go for the TIF and get the redevelopment agreement. Would probably hooks, at least in the redevelopment agreement, and the covenants may come a little bit later than that, because covenants, if you ever done any development, they're a pain. And what do you want to, you don't want to, handcuff yourself, but you want to keep it nice. And then can you enforce the covenants? That's going to be one of the biggest things. So covenants will take quite a bit of time.
Gotcha.
But some of the major parts we'll put in the redevelopment agreement.
One thing I do want to add too on the subdivision, and I know it's not on your paper copies that you received, but we had them actually place a note on the subdivision. So when that is filed, that says that no house that is manufactured any earlier than 2025, I think it reads that only houses built after 2025 will be placed on those lots.
So that,
And that'll be on the plat, that'll be filed at the Register of Deeds.
and what,
So
where does that go in? At what point during the process?
in the subdivision, which is like your next item.
Okay, all right, awesome. Because my concern is that we do the redistricting, and then there's some problems with the TIF piece of it, and then, now we have a mobile home park that you could sell to anywhere in the world, and we kind of have been given an agreement, and I want that to carry on, because I want this to work. This is a great plan, but I wanted to make sure that we get to fruition, you know what I mean? So I appreciate that the covenant is going to be put in place with this initial piece. That helps me.
Well, the plat will have it on there, probably not their covenant, but.
So what's the difference between a plat and a
subdivision plat.
covenant? Help me out
The
here.
main, the main difference and why it's on the plat is the plat is enforceable by the city.
Okay,
That's why it's on the plat.
all right. I'm good with that then.
Oh, sorry, Nick, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Circling back. On the mobile home parks, who's responsible for trash? Is it private or is it the city?
It depends on the size, but in this, where it's all a private property and the size of it would be, they would be contracted out with someone besides the city. The city would not go into the park, so they would have to contract with the local trash hauler, like Shavens or someone.
Okay. And then do the current mobile home parks don't have to abide by any of the new ordinances, is that correct?
That is correct. They were put in prior to enacting the new regulations. They do have some regulations that they have to adhere to, property maintenance, some of our mobile home regulations, but the actual park, no. Zoning is never retroactive. If they were legal at the time of our new zoning code, then they're currently legal.
And there's been no new mobile home parks since the new ordinances have been in
No.
place? Okay.
No.
I just have some concerns, I guess, about the mobile home park, and I don't have anything against trailer houses or people. I've lived in a trailer house my entire life, so I'm very, very familiar with them. I do, however, have concerns about down the road being sold and the after effect. I feel like this is just kind of a quick fix and not sustainable long-term housing. The other issue that I have is there's some trailer parks around town that the 4 of them that I drove through, and there's about 80 empty spots in those 4 mobile home parks. So if we were targeting people that would be wanting to live in a mobile home park, what would stop them from filling those 80 spots up first, because the ordinances are less restrictive than this new mobile home park? Other than the type of trailer, right? It's got to be pitched roof, no more than 10 years old. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we
Okay.
have mobile home regulations that dictate types of mobile homes that can be moved in and approved to be set down now. We enacted that probably 8 years ago, maybe, something like that, when we started doing that. So as the mobile homes move, then they have to meet our current mobile home standards. So some of those other parks 8 years ago were probably in worse shape than they are now. because of those new mobile home regulations that we have. And yeah, I know there's a few parks that still have some very dilapidated buildings. As far as filling the 80 other spaces, you know, I guess it's a personal choice. Are you going to want to live in a park like this or like that?
Probably comes down to affordability and
Could
yeah.
also, yep.
We've got some really nice ones and we've got some not so nice ones. And that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around is how do we, it kind of goes back to the vacant property, right? We don't want the government to control the property. So, I mean, we're kind of stuck here trying to control something and not overstep our boundaries as government. So, I look for more sustainable housing in North Platte. And like I said, I think we have enough empty spots in current mobile home parks that I just worry that we won't get this one filled up.
Other questions or comments? Seeing none, calling the question on item number 15, please.
Mr. Mayor, we are voting, what are we voting for sure?
Just item number 15. Once we get the screen up here.
Okay.
So item 15 is the land use map. So it's
Yeah.
changing from the agricultural vacant, and there's two different amendments to the map. I don't know, maybe Judy can explain it better than I can.
So this property's been looked at to be developed a number of times. So we adjusted the land use map, oh gosh, probably 12 years ago based on someone else wanting to develop the property. So a portion of it was amended to multifamily and another portion was amended to industrial. So with this one, we have to amend the portion of the industrial, which is right along Phillip Street, because there was a strip of industrial right along Phillip Street. They're wanting to put the mobile home park on, you know, up all the way to Phillip Street. And then towards the east portion of the property, they want a little bit of area as industrial instead of what the original one was. So this is amending two separate pieces. Some was R3, which is multifamily, which can stay. Some of it was industrial that needs to change to multifamily, and some of it was left agriculture, which needs to change to industrial.
So we're in the middle of voting. Please finish voting. Item number 15 is passed. As was previously discussed, we did the public hearings at the same time, so we will not be having a second public hearing. Number 16, first reading and action to adopt ordinance number 4210 to rezone certain land from an R3 dwelling district to an I1 light industrial district to an RM mobile home park district and an I1 light industrial district located at 2401 East Phillip Avenue. Lane?
Ordinance number 4210, an ordinance of the city of North Platte, Lincoln County, Nebraska, rezoning certain lands described as a tract of land in the south half, northwest quarter, section 2, township 13 north, range 30 west of the 6 p.m., North Platte, Lincoln County, Nebraska, from an R3 dwelling district and an I1 light industrial district to an RM mobile home park district and an I1 light industrial district, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for the effective date and publication thereof.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 4210 to rezone certain lands from an R3 dwelling district and an I1 light industrial district to an RM mobile home park district and an I1 light industrial district located at 2401 East Phillip Avenue on first reading.
Second.
Is that you, Rod?
Yeah.
Okay, motion by Lucas, second by Di. Item number 16. Questions or comments on item number 16? We pretty much had the discussion. Ed, go ahead, sorry.
What can be built in an industrial?
Judy?
Quite a bit. I-1 industrial, so it goes commercial, and then the next layer is I-1 industrial, and then the top layer is I-2, which is heavy industrial. So there's a multitude of things that can be built in an I-1. The reason for their request for an I-1 is because there is I-1 right in the vicinity, so it doesn't make sense to do a commercial. What they're wanting to do on the area that's on Phillip, right by the farm, used to be Farm Credit Services, now it's Twin Platte NRD, is kind of set that aside for some type of a possible commercial development in the future. So maybe a quick stop C-store or something like that, you know, little shop. And then the other I-1 towards Newberry Access, what they're thinking about right now is possibly some storage units.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments on item number 16?
All right, the plat piece we just discussed, you said was in this item?
It's in the next one, which
Next
is the
one. All right, okay.
subdivision.
I'll-
Yep. And I have a picture of the one that's just that note on it that's a little bit different than what you have.
Other questions or comments? Seeing none, calling the question on item number 16, please. Item number 16 is passed. Item number 17, adopt the recommendation by the City Planning Commission for preliminary and final approval of Newberry Village subdivision located at 2401 East Phillip Avenue.
Move to adopt the recommendation by the City Planning Commission for preliminary and final approval of Newberry Village subdivision.
See the picture?
Hold on, wait a second. Motion by Garrick, second by Flanders. Discussion. Judy, show us the picture, please.
Maybe.
Angie, I know we've been doing a lot of flipping tonight. I'm sorry.
So,
Hit the X.
so this is the subdivision. It looks exactly like what you have in your packet of information, except no, I can't see it yet, but maybe you guys can see it. Right here where it says note, says manufactured homes built prior to 2025 will not be allowed within the Newberry Village subdivision.
Is there any way that you can create that a variable as opposed to a hard date? Because in 20 years, 2025 is no longer a new mobile home.
I'll jump in and answer. I don't think you can on the plat. I think that's more of a covenant that the property owner would be able to place on it. So I think it's a distinction between what you can do with a plat and what you can do with a covenant.
Go ahead, Roger.
We plan to put in the covenants that if a house gets moved out, then it'd be replaced by a new one at that time.
And I agree with you, Roger, and I appreciate that. That's an awesome plan. My concern is if we get tripped up during the TIF piece of that, then the covenant never gets put in place. And so I'm not concerned about you, but maybe the next guy down the road, I want to make sure we cover our bases.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So the primary reason for this note here was to make sure that it would be impossible to, in the near term, bring older homes onto the property. If, for example, I don't know, Roger wouldn't do this, but in the situation where the product or the property is sold, and it's half full. Somebody says, well, I need to fill it up. Well, that's there to prevent it being filled up with a bunch of substandard properties. That's why that note is there. If there was a way to variabilize it, it would have been there. So,
And this is a single reading, so this isn't like something we're gonna talk about 3 times.
the adoption, yes, that's correct. Go ahead, Di.
That I'd had a couple things to talk about, but that was one of my questions, was the timing of the subdivision with zoning still out there in hearings. Is there anything out of whack with the subdivision? I mean, we know a redevelopment request is coming and we're just at first reading. Is it common to have the subdivision at this early in the process?
A lot of this subdivision, I'd have to look and see where the ag property is. Because of the size of the lots, we could actually do the majority of this subdivision in the way it's currently zoned. Because it has to do with size of lots. Like an ag district, you have to have 10 acres. So I'd have to see exactly where that was. So, I mean, you could immediately file this. We don't make a habit of doing that because it is in conjunction with the rezoning, but you could, if you wanted it filed right away. The majority of it could probably be filed.
Okay, I'm following you.
But again, I'd have to look and see where the ag district is, because the ag district requires 10 acres, over 10 acres. But the rest of it that's already zoned RM, and the I-1, it would fit the current zoning, so you could put this in as a subdivision without the zoning being there. Typically, what I like to do is get the redevelopment plan put together, and not file this until we have an assurance that the infrastructure is going to be put in. Because then we have that bond that's going to ensure that the infrastructure is put in. So that's how I prefer to do it. Because that way we have assurance that the roads will be put in as they say.
I guess the only thing else I want to talk about is, I mean, I hear the concerns with wanting them to put new stuff in, but we went through a pretty extensive rule writing process on this, and it does specify quality on the homes that come into a new park. I don't know that section is really extensive. So, I mean, if we don't think our rules are right for RM, I think we should look at the rules of RM versus trying to lay particular requirements on certain projects. And I mean, if they come and they ask us for TIF, that's a whole different environment, because they're asking us to send it and we should have more input on it. If they're not, we should be prepared. If they want to put 5-year-old mobile homes in it, there's nothing that should stop them, I think, from doing that. I mean, I appreciate that they're putting it on the plat, but that's not what our rules say. And so if we don't like our rules, I think we should examine them. And I think it would be good at some point just to come back and look at, if somebody's doing a new mobile home park, I don't feel like we should require them to make everything new. That's their choice for their business model. But it might be good to come back into that section at some point, or have the planning commission look at it if you think there's value there, because it's not real specific in that zoning. So it's something to think about.
Excuse me, Ty. If memory serves me right, we reference a HUD spec. We do. And it's an old spec. It's not a current spec, but it's when they made the change to a shingled roof, I think, and it's early 80s maybe.
Yeah, I think that's an area of our zoning laws that it would behoove us, the planning commission, to just keep looking at. Again, what they're wanting to do is above and beyond, I think, what we'd come up with. But I guess my point is that we should probably have rules and be prepared to follow them. Or again, if it's redevelopment agreement, it's a different environment.
Okay, other questions or comments on item number 17? Seeing none, calling the, oops, hold on. Changing back. Need a little Jeopardy music here in our repertoire. There we go. Calling the question, item number 17, please. Item number 17 is passed. Item number 18, discuss and outline possible terms of sale and direct the city attorney to draft a proposed ordinance relating to various city-owned lots in the industrial area by Prospect Drive and Prospect Lane. We would need a motion to proceed. Oh, no, we don't need a motion. Sorry.
I didn't see one.
Sorry. Long night. Sorry, everybody. Lane?
Move to adjourn now.
Start discussing.
Right, Mayor and Council, as we've done in the past couple of years in our industrial area over Prospect Lane, Prospect Drive, we have a couple of proposals by interested parties in some of that land. We have both what is north of the proposed Francis Street, some lots available there, and we also have our land south that we've talked about numerous times. And so both parties that are interested in parcels are here. I have letters from each of them kind of telling you what they would like. And so I will pass those around and then I'll let them each come and speak. What we've done in the past is they kind of tell you what they're thinking, and then the council can decide some specifications that then Bill would put into ordinance form for the next meeting if we would decide to sell these parcels of land.
What's that? I wondered about that. Excuse me. Thank you.
So would you like to have these gentlemen who are here describe what they might want to use the piece of property for? Okay.
Yes, I guess it doesn't matter which order. Shane, would you like to come up first and present to the council what you're talking about? Shane with SMF Overhead Door.
Thank you. So basically, we're in the market to build a building. And as you have all noticed, there's not a lot available. So we've been looking, and this is where we're at now. So just looking for some insight.
Shane, you have on here a lot somewhere between 300 by 325, and then you're planning on a building probably 70 by 100 by 16 foot tall. You have a value somewhere between $400,000 and $650,000 range. And
Yeah,
so,
good guesstimate there. Yeah.
you know, we have some lots lined out on your map that we've talked about in the past. North of where Francis will go through, we have these lots kind of in this L shape here.
Right.
And then we also have lots, this whole large section down here where Francis goes through, that'll open up some lots. So that's, for both parties that are here, that's kind of the area we're talking about. And that you have an existing business, and that's you're looking to expand, basically. Is that my
Basically,
understanding?
yeah. We lease a 40 by 100 right now, and it's full. So we figure if we build something about double, we should have some room to grow for a while. So, and we need some room for semi-access, so that's kind of a major thing for us. So.
Okay. Lane, for reference, roughly how big is one of these? Obviously, we have a good sized lot along Bicentennial there, but
There's one lot right on Prospect is a 180 by 270 lot. which is about half as big as we'd like. But, I mean, we're open. It's pretty limited, so.
And then the back of that is that large lot that we've talked about. And then, like I said, down below, we could subdivide that however we wanted to as far as what Francis goes through, or if they'd want to build sooner, you could always have look at a gravel street and then improve it as Francis goes through. So there's some options there. I think, PJ, would you like to come up there and explain your
Thanks, Shane.
what you like also? Shane, we may call you back up also.
Mayor, City Council. Philip Hamilton, 818 Reed Avenue, North Platte. I've been talking to Gary a little bit about some potential big buildings. I mean, I think Gary said there's some like 9 companies or 9 people that have been interested in anywhere from 30 to 60,000 square foot building. In order to put up a 60,000 square foot building, we're going to need at least 10 acres. I'm just trying to fulfill the need for some of these businesses coming to town. I am a chief independent dealer, so we put up our own buildings. A year ago, I came to the city and asked for 3.66 acres from you guys. I bought them from you guys. I did my promise. I developed 2 buildings on those 3.66 acres. So we are capable of putting up buildings. So that's all I'm asking, about 10 acres. I would love to have the property right across the street from us, but there's 3 acres there that I don't know what the city's gonna do with it. So I would love to have that property because it's right across from our property now. But we'd be open to something to provide some business to come into town with big buildings. So,
Okay.
any questions?
Thank you, PJ.
Thank you.
Okay, Lane.
As before, like I said, for the council, we have that small lot that PJ's talking about, and the large piece behind it. That's a possibility. We have many different layouts that we could do south of where Francis is going through as far as different size lots there. Originally, all that was purchased as industrial redevelopment area to go forward with, and for the city and the council to determine. And so with the things that are happening here now, especially with Francis Street going through, and as PJ mentioned, the lots that were across the street have been developed pretty quickly, I think, with the different buildings that have gone on there. And there's been, again, now we have some more interest in that. And so I don't, Gary, if you want to touch on that as far as from the Development Corporation, the Chamber, thought process when those became city instead of the Development Corporation.
Right, we, I don't know all the history behind it, but one thing the community needs is a business park, and you have to have it to be able to get prospects from the Department of Economic Development if they have a statewide proposal that comes through. And so initially, that was where the business park was targeted by the community to build, and that's why some of those streets are known as Industrial Avenue and Devco and so forth. And our organization actually had first right of refusal on some of those lots. So we worked through that process to relinquish that right to the city. Obviously, since that time, 25, 30 years ago, whenever it was, we've developed Twin Rivers Business Park out along East State Farm Road. And so that's the one that the Chamber Development Corporation now owns. But when we have prospects, we try to show industry, everything that's available in the community. We work with a number of different landowners to do that. But PJ's right. When we get inquiries, a lot of companies, we've had 23 inquiries now in the last 25 months in the community. That's almost unheard of, but because North Platte's kind of a magnet right now, and companies are liking what they're seeing going on here, a lot of them are looking for existing buildings. If you have an existing building, you're in the game immediately. They'll say, well, I'd prefer not to have a greenfield site, but some of them have the patience to do that. So to have both in the community, have shovel-ready lots that also have available buildings, that's huge. And I think Chief proved that out at Twin Rivers Park too. They built 9 buildings out there. They're all filled. Some are sold, some are leased. But, and those are smaller buildings. So it's the larger ones companies are looking for. If we could ever talk somebody into building a 100,000 square foot building, we'd have a lot of demand for it. But that's a lot to
I think PJ is intrigued, so maybe.
Oh, I tried to intrigue him, but
So, if I may, I think that the council could do a couple different things here. We could either get pretty specific, or else you could authorize the mayor, myself, Bill, to enter into discussions with both parties and come up with something that you could kind of give an kind of your wishes as far as these areas. So, am I correct, Bill? I mean, we could go a couple different routes with this.
I would say yes, but as with most items of this nature, I would say that, obviously those discussions I feel would be better in a closed session because of the nature of the conversation and in order to protect the city and the public's interest. So if you're wanting to have that discussion, I would recommend that. But then we'd have to, depending on what that discussion was, we really, I don't know that we're looking for exact, well, I should say, I don't know that the agenda item today is set up so that we can entertain any kind of specific action. It's just, I think we're looking more for direction.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Ed.
It would make a lot of sense to me, but that we have somebody put together some kind of a drawing of the lots that we're looking at selling and how the buildings might set on those lots so we can make some kind of a educated decision. I mean, these are just rectangles on a piece of paper. I don't know what's going to fit where and how it's going to fit, and it would be nice to know that.
So I think that the general direction tonight is, in the course of the discussion, is, are we interested in selling this, or do we prefer to hold on to it?
So. Absolutely.
I mean, that's kind of the discussion. So if we're interested in selling, I think that maybe answers the question, and then we can proceed with planning and such. So
If it's your interest to sell, and it's a serious interest, then I can work with both parties on laying out exactly kind of what they're thinking on this map, and we can come back at the next meeting in 2 weeks from tonight and have that more spelled out.
I can't understand why we wouldn't want to sell.
Yeah. Ty, go ahead, and then I'll ask PJ to make a comment since he's standing up. So come on up, PJ. You can.
To me, there's only one reason to hesitate on this, is that area has been identified and studied for public service use. And so back to your idea with the drawing, I wouldn't want to sell anything that we think, you don't want to have to go back and buy back land to meet the city's long-term needs. And so I just like to make sure that whatever area, whether future council decides to do that or not, I think we should be a steward of the site that's been identified, along with some cushion on that. And then to me, we ought to sell everything else we can to promote projects like this and get out of the landowning business out there as much as we can, without but reserving the proper land for the city's future needs. So I think we need to think through that, but otherwise I'm all for it.
Thank you. PJ?
I think I got one question. The L shape is about 7 acres, right? 6.5, something like that. 6 acres, maybe.
A little less than that, but yeah.
Okay. So this directs towards Bill, I guess, Churchinsky, or the Mr. City Attorney. Would them 3 lots be available sometime, you think, in the future?
I think I know which lots you're talking about, and I have no idea.
Because I've already asked him to sell them, and he got them for free, and now he wants $200,000 an acre, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Pretty unlikely that would be a price anyone would pay at this point. So.
Exactly. So
thanks, PJ.
You bet. Thank you.
Other comments on this item? Okay, you have the direction you need, Lane?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 19. Discuss street height trimming. There's an extra street in there.
Yes, there's an extra.
Discuss street height trimming and enforcement. No action will be taken on this item.
So, the reason this item's before council, as you've probably seen the advertisements and things, we're getting pretty aggressive with enforcing our height above the street of our trees that are over the streets of the sidewalks. And the first step in that was identifying along our emergency routes which trees were in violation. Our ordinance says they have to be 16 foot above the street surface. And so if you notice the pink ribbons around town, that is what we identified on the emergency routes, those trees that need trimmed up to that 16 foot. And we've had some inquiries by the public as far as that, and also just wanted to educate the council a bit that that's something that's going to be taking place. The street department is the one that identified those trees, and then Lyle has worked with the community forest or a state forester person who's going to come in and do some education on street pruning or tree pruning. There'll be probably at least three different methods. Obviously, those branches that are very large in diameter will be chainsaw. We'll also use pruning, like your hedge pruning for the small trees, and then we have another piece of equipment as well that goes onto a bobcat attachment. And so that's the plan right now. We've had a number of people, Steve can attest to this, Lyle's had some calls as well, asking about it. Most people are very in favor of us doing this to get the trees above the right height, because we've had campers and buses and different things that have been damaged. We've actually had windows damaged out of some of our street sweepers and things, but we also want to do it in a way that is makes the community look good. And so that's working together with the departments. And so I wanted to bring this up if the council had any questions. We have both Lyle and Steve here that can answer some of those questions on kind of going forward, because it is something that probably has not been enforced for a number of years, and it's going to affect a lot of trees.
Just one thing to add real quick, Lane, is, as I recall, the main reason we started looking into this was because of a change in the construction of what we would typically call RVs. And many of them do not have the hard roofs that they once had. And so other cities have experienced lawsuits for not enforcing their tree branch rules because the RV is traveling down the street and have a tree limb come through the roof of the RV. That's one of the main reasons we started looking into this. It's wanting to avoid that situation.
And we had a number of people reach out to us because they had a hard time getting their campers or other big vehicles down the streets in certain places.
Go ahead, Ed.
Mr. Mayor, I guess I'm going to ask a question here, Bill. Can our restrictions be more restrictive than the state statute? Okay. Even though the state statute says that if a vehicle is higher than 12.6 and it's damaged, that the person that operates that vehicle is responsible for any damage to his vehicle and any property that he damages in the process.
You seem to know the state statute a lot better than I do. I'm not familiar with that statute. So.
It's 60-6289. And here's what it says. No person shall be required to raise, alter, construct, or reconstruct any underpass, bridge, wire, or other structure to permit the passage of any vehicle having a height unladen or with load in excess of 12 feet 6 inches. The owners, lessees, and operators jointly and severally of vehicles exceeding 12 feet 6 inches in height shall assume the risk of loss to the vehicle or its load, and shall be liable for any damages that result to overhead obstructions from operation of a vehicle exceeding 12 feet 6 inches in height.
I do know, Ed, the federal standard is 14.5, the federal highway standard. Most cities in the state are 16. I've seen some that have 15-foot limit. On some side streets, they only have a 14-foot limit, but most are pretty categorically 16 foot in the state of Nebraska.
What I saw, and I'm not trying to argue with Elaine, I'm not trying to argue. But what I saw in the federal statute, that pertains primarily to interstate highway systems, the 16 feet.
Okay, I
So
can answer that question.
I understand we maybe need to trim some trees up. One of the things that really makes North Platte nice is the trees we have. We've got a lot of nice trees in this town, and when you start going 16 feet high on a lot of these trees, the aesthetics of the tree is just virtually going to be destroyed. And I want to do it right. I mean, I want to make it legal, but I guess this is going to be a bill question. If we can assign the damage, the risk to the person that has a vehicle greater than 12 foot 6 inches and the city is not responsible, then it sounds like that changes the complexion of why we need to change things.
I'll have to look into it.
That's fine, Bill. And what really prompted this, I mean, we design a lot of overhead structures in fertilizer facilities, and our standard height is 13.6. And I always thought that was the law. Well, it isn't the law. I think we're probably going to have to reevaluate a little bit what we're doing too, because 13.6 is probably not as tall as it really needs to be for the equipment that's allowed to drive on roadways. But anyway, if we get into a situation of trimming trees, who picks up the cost of all of that?
Our plan this year was for the city to pick up the cost. We've had a lot of owners that we've already marked the trees that have taken it upon themselves to trim them, which we'd like to see, but because it's been so long since we've enforced or done anything with this, we were going to go down and, the main streets, the city was just going to do it.
Sure.
It's going to take all summer plus, probably more than likely, as long as it's been.
So
That might be something you want to let the city people know, because a lot of people think they're getting billed for that. So,
When they've called in, we've told them that.
okay.
Steve's had a number of inquiries on it. I think Steve went on the radio. We've done the advertising. We haven't said exactly who's paying for it, but I mean, we've been
Okay.
realizing that as time goes on. So
It's also why we're having this discussion.
Yeah.
Good.
So this applies to all streets then, not just emergency routes and arterial drives.
correct, but we're starting with the emergency routes and moving outward from there.
That's gonna take more than all summer.
Unfortunately, probably.
So if you look at it, by and large, larger vehicles spend most of their time on the emergency routes in the community. I mean, I don't get them often, but about, I would say once a year, I get a complaint from someone who's been trying to get somewhere in town who's a tourist and they can't get down a street. They can't get down the streets they think they need to go down. And I mean, if you know North Platte, you can go over to Front Street and pretty much traverse the town. But if you don't know North Platte, then then you don't know that. And I mean, it's not easy to hack down bunches of trees, but it is relevant that we do get the occasional complaint.
Usually that's out of town people, they have Wayfair problems. Google Maps takes them down a weird road or something along those lines. And getting to Front Street, there isn't a real easy way to do that, to be honest. Once you're on it, you're good, but getting over there is a tough one.
Yeah, it's often Second Street that I seem to get the complaints about. I don't know if
Really?
those mapping systems must decide Second Street is a good way to cross town for some reason. And that's usually what happens.
I think it's because of the width of Second Street and some things, but,
yeah.
and, looking at it, if you look at like the one ways, that's where the semis are going down those. They kind of take care of it naturally themselves. So there isn't as much along some of those streets as you do some of those where we don't have the larger vehicles on a regular basis going down there, but there is some, so.
Would it make sense to define our arterial drives a little bit better and then set two different rates, 16 foot for the more busy drives, and then the rest we've set to a more reasonable 12 or 14 foot, whatever it makes sense.
Certainly something we could look in the ordinance at, and probably save some work,
A lot of work
for street department on that side of it.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
You'd want it at least 14 for a
14?
semi truck to go under.
I think
Because they're
so, yeah.
13.6.
Do we want semis on
Well,
random non-arterial
If
drives?
your neighbor's moving and you want a moving van in there, you probably need a semi in there.
Anybody know how tall is a typical RV? I have to admit, I don't know.
13.6 is generally your standard height for most things. Oh,
Can't be over 13.6.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Oh, I thought
that's
you said
that's the general.
15. Yeah,
no,
13.6.
13.6. That's what I said.
Right, exactly.
That's definitely something we could look at. If the council thinks it makes sense, we could come back
That
and
would make sense.
the
That
next
makes
one,
sense.
change those heights, and we could discuss that. So, and then,
Makes a lot of sense.
you know, if you thought the emergency routes would stay at the 16 and all the other streets would go down to the 14 or 14 and a half, I mean, that's something we could sure look at, so.
Save us a bunch of money.
Save the time.
Right.
The cost, will that go towards a certain utility, or will that be general public service cost, or how do you see, in other words, what revenue bucket would be paying for that?
Right now, we're just using that operating from the street department.
Okay.
And it's most of the cost is the man hours, and actually this is a decent year because we only had to move snow once, and so we cannot snow now. so we have some labor money where we're advertising for a couple part-time helps. We can continue on our concrete. The street department was able to start concrete work in March, and we've been replaced a lot of panels, but we have some labor money that we would have that sometimes if we would have had 5 or 6 snowstorms, we wouldn't have been able to have that labor money like we do this year.
I mean, it's a little bit of a scary precedent to me to start trimming people's trees when it's their responsibility. Yeah. I mean, I think it's probably doing some public good though to focus on those emergency roads, and I know you use some discretion on that. I don't think we want to train our residents that the city's going to trim the trees for them, unless we want to stock money on their trash or sewer bill or something like that, and then do it for them. But I think we should be careful with that. I know you guys are.
Again, the reason we're having this discussion.
Yeah. It could be a really bad precedent to have people in there not charge them. I would just ask if it's not too big of a burden as you guys are out looking at these areas that need yellow paint at corners. It just any extra attention to that. I know the city's great about going and finding those when they come up or you know about them, but it's kind of in the same perspective of safety at intersections, safety on those emergency roads. You know, in some ways, the emergency, I told you before, I lived a long time on a emergency snow route. They have a little bit of a rough go with the snow thing and with some traffic things. So I'm not opposed to doing that group a favor a little bit because they deal with a lot of hassle with snow and different things. But I think we should be cautious outside of doing too much on the emergency routes. But if you could just keep an eye out for those yellow paint needs, I think those can be really helpful with preventing parking too close to intersections.
I appreciate that, Tyler. Paint crew, the last 3 years, we've spent a lot more time painting. There's some places where we never had yellow painted, and we've started to hit those areas. They're kind of methodically going around town, but we're trying to cover more of those.
Jim?
If I may, just one question. It's always about the tree issue. If the city trims those trees, will they pick up the branches?
Yes.
I've had experiences in the past. They trimmed my trees and the limbs are out there for 2 weeks. So I began to wonder whether I was supposed to dispose of them or what.
And sometimes with the electric department, when they're trimming underneath power lines, sometimes those branches sit longer. I believe Steve's plan is to have a truck there at the time that they're trimming it and picking up right away and not leave the branches lay.
Yeah, I just want to know whether I was supposed to do it or they would do it. Okay, they will do it. Okay.
Yep. And one of our concerns, just kind of where we got to this point, because it has been so long since it's been done, we're concerned about citizens trying to get out in the middle of a busy street when they have to try and figure out how to get 16 foot high and trim those, or having the tree trimmers coming and have streets closed down and stuff. And so we thought this might be a better way since we had not enforced this for so long.
One other thing is we're looking at defining our arterial drives a little bit better. Maybe take a look at our semi ordinance and possibly working on that,
Yep.
So
We had concern about the semi ordinance, which
absolutely.
is a little vague.
Yeah. See what I'm saying?
Thank you.
Nick?
Yeah, one last thing. when they're doing that, are they gonna look at the power lines and the trees in the power lines and try to hit both of them at once? No.
Street department's not gonna get near the power lines.
Okay.
The electric department does that separate.
So, okay, so if there's any in the power lines, they're not even touching them. Okay. I just didn't know since they were already there, if they're gonna try to look at that
It's a little
too.
different trading and stuff, and so no.
Well, that's offensive.
What about the streetlights? You said something about streetlights, I think, in this, the trees that are shadowing the street light.
I guess that wasn't really our concern at this
Okay.
point.
If we had one blocking a sign or outright blocking a street light, I'm sure we would
Okay.
remove it, but.
I don't know if Lyle or Steve want to add anything to the discussion real quick. I made him stay this long, I should let him talk.
That's right. Mayor, Council, Lyle Minshall, Park and Recreation Director, AKA Arborist, so. We were a little concerned about, you know, the good look of trees. Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a pruning workshop and we're gonna show these guys how to prune these properly. And when you prune them properly, you're not gonna notice them being pruned. I mean, if you, of course, go down the street and just make a bunch of stubs,
Right.
you end up with porcupine trees. you know, my dad was notorious for topping trees, and that's what happened to him. So, and this would what happened to branches, the big branches. So, if a branch has to be taken off, a good-sized branch, it should be taken off clear to the trunk, and have a proper pruning technique on that too. So, anyhow. I'm all for this, but whatever you decide what the height is and stuff like that, I've looked at many ordinances and I agree that, we've gone anywhere from 14 to 16 through many communities. And so it's not something that has been, decided for, quite a few years now. So, and we've had it in our own ordinances too. So, and it's kind of a, poor planning part on our part, but, we got to kind of, be sensitive to the citizens too, and encourage them to have those trees out there and have them in good looking shape and not have something that is going to, look ugly and they're going to want to take it down. We're going to be losing our ash trees to begin with. So there's going to be a good large percentage of those trees coming out. So that's right around 8 to 12% of those trees, street trees, are going to be coming out. So we can, we're going to have to do something to kind of keep those trees replaced. So I spoke my piece.
Thanks, Lyle.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Steve, just real quick question. If the height was lower, like 14 feet, and if we just focused on emergency routes, would that make it more manageable for you guys this summer?
Possibly. There is a lot of room.
Okay, any other comments on number 19?
If there's ever pruning, training that could be videoed and put on the city's website, I for one would watch it, so.
It's not a bad idea.
I would second that.
We'll see if we can get a video of that then. Also, I just wanted to make sure the council noticed, we received an email from I believe the president of the tree board at the moment. The secretary of the tree board regarding this, so we handed out the email to you a moment ago. Okay, moving on to item number 19.
20.
Oh, excuse me, item number 20. Claims.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we pay the claims. Second.
Motion by Reeker, second by Nisley. Any discussion on the claims? Seeing none, calling the question on paying the claims. Claims are paid. Okay. Public agenda request. We respect our city employees and request that any complaints or criticisms of employees not be aired in a public meeting. Concerns about employees should be brought to the attention of the city administrator or the mayor. Individuals in violation will be declared out of order. I know we have at least one person in the audience who would like to make an agenda request. So Mr. Vieira, if you'd come up and just So, Mr. Vera, just so you're clear, I just need you to state what you'd like us to discuss, and then the process is that we will put together the necessary information, and then we'll call you and send you a letter saying, okay, the council is going to discuss whatever you propose to us on this, at this meeting. I'm going to tell you right now, looking at next 2 weeks from now's agenda, it's probably going to be the first meeting in June, which is this, whatever the first Tuesday
waited a
in June,
year.
second or Thursday.
Waited long enough anyway.
That's fine. Okay, go ahead. Tell us what you need.
Well, I'm here on, I live at 2403 Vieira Drive. It's been Vieira Drive. It's been Vieira Street. It's been Vieira. It originally was Vieira Avenue through the years, and the city has changed the signs when maybe somebody wanted a street sign. So anyway, I have lived there since I was 4 years old in 1958. That road has been graded since then, all right, all the time. I remember I spent 25 years in the military. While I was in the military, my mother called me and said, the city has our current road as a wrong name and they want to make a new road here. Would you, and at that time, the place was going to be willed to me at that time. My mom says, would you like to give up the easement for a road? And I said, yes. Will they maintain it? And she said, yes, they will maintain the road, but you have to give up the easement. But they asked, what do you want to name the road? I said, well, let's name it Vieira Drive. They said, or Vieira Avenue. They said, great. The road got graded for years. Okay, no problem. The city come in, as Lyle knows, and people knows for years. And put
Mr. Vera, I'm sorry. I need you to just state what it is you'd like us to consider.
Okay, what I'd like to say is-
I will give you an opportunity to speak about the history, but I just need you to state what you need us
What
to
I would
consider
like to
because it's not on the
do
agenda.
is make a proposal to the city. I have received 2 letters from, I think, Bill, all right, stating that it is not a deeded road. I physically seen the paperwork, okay? What I would like to make a proposal to the city. You give me 60 days. You've paid Mr. Trzynski there twice to look this up. I don't know why we pay him when we have the greatest, I mean, you've got the greatest county workers down there. They can look it up. But anyway,
get to the point,
give me 60 days to find this paperwork. I will repair my road. I'll get a contractor, come in, repair my road. If I can't find that paperwork and that deed in 60 days, I'll continue from this day on, drop it, and I'll take care of my own road. If I find that paperwork somehow in 60 days, all the expenses and everything that I have encountered to bring my road back up, if I find the paperwork, I want the city to reimburse me that and to continue to maintain my road.
Okay, we will consider that at the first meeting in June, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to,
Thank you, Mr. Vera. Any other agenda request items? Mr. Reeker?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adjourn.
Didn't we already do this?
Motion by Reeker, second by Dye to adjourn, calling the question an adjournment.
What did you say?
Didn't we already do this? Didn't we already adjourn?
We've done it once. I think that's
Rod,
the time
Brad,
you
need to
voted
vote.
no and you meant to say yes.
You had my button voted.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.